Insane, absolutely crazy game. Where the craziest of answers is usually the right one. Hello. Hello, chat. Welcome back. Oh man, tonight is a crazy one. Uh-oh. No. Sir, Flossie is being hunted by the sister. No, I don't know. Just making assumptions. You said you fucked up. I'm like, who's the scariest person? Oh, what happened? Did you get a bunch of people killed? Is it just you now, or are you by yourself? Better start making some custom characters. I did notice at least the game's forgiving that way if your main one's still alive. I did some interesting tests. Not too many story-wise yet, but some test the limits of the game, and what will it let me do? Who did you let her shoot? Was it Idria, I'm assuming? Hopefully not Cassia. I doubt she'd shoot a navigator, though. I'm assuming you accidentally got Idria shot, your psyker. Because I already feel like she's barely not doing that without me in between it. Like, even without my permission to a certain extent. Yep, that's what I figured. Oops. Oops. But here's the question, this is going to sound real messed up. Did it get you any other special treatment by the sister, though? Now that you have proven, hey, you will kill the witch. What the hell, man? I do love that. That's interesting. Good thing you found that out the hard way. I did not know that's a thing where our allies can actually shoot the other allies or kill them in some way. Gotcha. This game is beautiful. It made me hate Zeech. Oh, is it a Zeech thing? Ooh, that's not good. We don't have too many lore warp things. Other than Idria, actually maybe Cassia now. We don't have too many warp lores. Maybe hopefully having Cassia around will help with stuff like that, but I don't know. Although my brain goes, do I really care about losing Idria now? And that's really messed up to say. I could just make a new psyker. Idria's cool, but since we're not doing a fanatical build with this character, she's probably better for a fanatic start. Because she's already got some of that. So, I do feel like, no, he did some warp BS to cause her to go berserk. But is there an option to save it, I wonder, though? That's what I want to know is, like, why did you not get an option to stop it? There must be something to do with maybe you needed someone in your party who would know what's going on. Maybe able to stop it. Stop the berserking sister of battle. Something like that. Don't know, though. Did you have the Space Wolf yet? Yay or nay? I was too far in dogmatic. Oh. Right. Because she's part fanatical. If you committed full to dogmatic, I mean, to be fair, you are at least going down the route that I think, if there is any route that leads to the sister, it's that one. You are doing the right thing, at least for that. You'll just have to make a new custom psyker. Just make a new one. I have learned that this is kind of the game's way of getting around that. So, like, you pick and choose, I think, main characters, and then you kind of build your faction around that. But the Navigator loves me being dogmatic. See, here's the funny thing, though. I want to look at her character. Now that you just told me that, it's something I didn't look at while we were here. Ooh, but she's not rank 3. Ooh, that's ooh. So the sister's already ranked 3. So let's see. Where is she? See that? That means the rest of these are locked. For her. But, hold on. Let's go back to it. These are not. So you can go 2 different ways with Cassia. I figured you can turn her complete probably Slaneshi. With that answer we gave, I guarantee you that's what it is. I guarantee you the corrupting side of this is Slanesh. I mean, it's purple. Come on now. But the fact that she doesn't have this means that she can start being heretical. But I replaced her with an Inquisitor. Okay, well, if you're going full dogmatic, that's probably super, super, super important to do. Because then it also, like I said, it kind of filters into the other dogmatic characters. I do think it reminds me, I think this, hold on, I gotta take this, this is important. Alright, I'm back, Chad. Sorry, that was my mom. I had to answer that. Okay, but yeah. Definitely, like, I see kind of how you can play all these now. Certain characters, so I'm curious. Let's go through all of our people and see kind of who they are, except for the first year, the fake Foster we created. That one we automatically set to heretical. We just haven't done many heretical things. Also, I wonder how you get their stats to go higher. I wonder if you have to play as them when you're answering questions in order to change their disposition. Or is it just when you choose a heretical choice? Does that do that for everybody? That's also something I haven't got to test fully yet either. Is how do I increase heretical individually for a character if I want them to go that way, or if I want them to go iconoclast or dogmatic? How do I do that? Is it just the commander's choice, or aka rogue trader's choice? Or do I have to play them? Yeah, I haven't found that. I haven't either. So I'll have to experiment with that in my other playthrough. I'm just going crazy with that one. I'm just kind of picking random things to see what it affects, and that's kind of what that's for. It's just I'm gonna go with the weirdest freaking answers you can think of. See what the game allows me and when it kills me. And also a testing, since we now know that the sister can, if you go too hard into one section, it kills off certain characters, it does make me wonder if you can get yourself killed off if you do too bad. Seems my choice only affects me, so it must be you must have to play as them. So I wonder if that's why the linking system is important. I bet you you are supposed to go and play that character and kind of interact in those kind of ways. So if we have something in that we know Cassia can be involved in, we should let her make the choices. Because then we can kind of twist her towards that side. This is just assumption in the corruption side of things. Once again, we can't do it here. As you see, these are locked out. Once you reach rank 3, you're dead. You're done. These other two cannot be done anymore. So that's also why I wonder, this is fully locked. So my brain goes, okay, well, if there is an option, at least with this specific Sister of Battle, for the same option we got with Cassia, there's definitely you got to go this route, or you'll never have this. Let's put it that way. This you ain't going any of this. It ain't gonna happen. At least not with this specific one. But once again, because this game's so blisteringly long, it does make me wonder, unless they're saving it for DLC, if there's a later point in the game where you can get Sisters of Battle as a recruitable class that you can create yourself. I don't know. Maybe not, maybe yes. It's something we won't know until we can play around with stuff like that, but I'm going to let both my off-screen one and this one kind of do their own thing. We're going to stay with what we're doing here. The irony with my current character is because he's going iconoclast, somewhat dogmatic, he should be fine with a Cassia. Now, of course, our lady here, Argenta, is not going to like Darius. At least not fully. She'll agree with some of his decisions, but it won't go beyond that. But all right, what were we doing? Oh, you wait. We need to finish our conversation. Hold on. I already saved it, so here we go.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
So, I've saved this chat. Before we do this one, we're making another save because I don't know what this is gonna do. So I think this is a little too soon. I do think there is an invisible affection meter that you do have to build up. Don't talk about your relations. Oh, so it's too soon. I thought so. In most average games like this, oh, that's what I was going to say. The comparison that I'm putting this towards, which is, where's that? Okay, that kind of makes sense too. Okay, so we are already in a relationship, then that means. So this one's the automatic one. Still, it is played like what I was about to reference. So this reminds me of Dragon Age the most, I think, overall so far. Other than this being more of a turn-based, versus that one can be kind of hack and slashy turn-based. Kind of be both in a way. It, relationship-wise, choice-wise, and the way the universe is affected by your choices, super, super Dragon Age-y. And of course, technically Baldur's Gate, but that's like the king of the castle. I'm also glad they won the award. They deserve it. But, yeah, he's further than me in the game. Oh, nice. Damn, he bought it too, huh? Who'd he do? He already has the Eldar. Jesus Christ. Oh, so he got it too, huh? Nice. Nice. What what did I just try to say? What path did he I think I wanted to say choice and path in one word. What path did he take? Like, is he going full commissar as well, or is he doing his own little setup? He's a veteran guardsman. So, okay, but I guess I should say dogmatic, iconoclast, or, I mean, even a veteran guardsman can go completely heretical and go, hey, I'm a heretic, bro. So, Did he, like, which out of the three, like, devotions? So he went, so in a way it's still the similar. He just went a different style. He went a true, like, veteran guardsman, where you're more of an actual commissar, and I'm going the criminal-oriented. He grew up around the guardsmen and was a part of them, but let's just say he was never above board. My guy's in between. So we're probably going to go iconoclast with mine. With my version of Darius. We are going to start our main one once we get a little closer and I get everything kind of set up. Or we're going to switch gears and start showing the corrupted one. Where we can kind of start from scratch. But that one's going to be meticulous, which is why it's going to have its own episodes. Probably some of those 12 days of Slaanesh are going to have 2 episodes per day. Depending on where I can work it in and what's going on in my IRL. I have some things going on. I finally figured out what was wrong with my van. And I haven't told her yet, but I'm going to make sure I'm going to have to help my mom fix this problem next month. Because this needs to be taken care of before it gets worse. I kind of knew what it was, but I didn't want to say it out loud and jinx it. I hate when that happens, but I also kind of believe someone is like, if you embrace it a little too hard, then it goes maybe, but who knows, either way. I need to help her out with that one, so I also want to give a fair warning to the chat for January because of that. That means January is going to be very light. We're not going to be able to do many new games for January. So what you're going to see probably come up in the Slaanesh event that we're doing, besides the RE thing, that's more of a special, that's for just Slaanesh, but it's also, it lets me have a game on the PC to kind of share, and do all kinds of weird mods with if we decide to have fun with it. But, all the other games coming up, most are technically Warhammer right now, it feels, and another one is coming. That matches the Slaanesh a little better. I was going to do Battle Sector, which if y'all rather me still do Battle Sector, you need to say it like, you let me know. But, I'll have to make that purchase a little closer to the middle of end of Slaanesh. Yeah, it's like Pathfinder and Dragon's Age. Where you get events and spend time with your partner. Oh! So it does have that in it. Okay. So we've technically accidentally already have just gotten Darius betrothed to his navigator. Alright, gotcha. We just gotta improve the relationship. Alright. You're welcome, Darius. You got his half Slaanesh navigator to be by your side for the rest of your life. I wouldn't complain, to be fair, if I were you. Oh, man. Anyways, alright. Let's finish talking about House Orsilio and all that.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
It succeeded. Ooh, it was close. It almost did.
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Colleen Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
That's cool.
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Okay. I do say, even with my character, this might be probably the choice that would be the safest if I, other than Idria and people like that. Unless they're, like I said, this game could be very long and there could be a ton of characters you run into and you just don't know it yet. I don't know. We'll see as we go forward. Because it's also why I haven't started our main one yet. I want it to have the best chance to be whatever it needs to be. His guardman is a two-time ambassador saying outlandish simple things to the Eldar well-being. Well-being was it? So can you wait? So there's more than one. I wonder if there's a certain level though, at certain point, where it can get you in trouble for doing that. I wonder if that's a thing. That was the thing in Age of Dragon Age, where if you get there at the beginning, you can kind of play two choices at once, but after a certain point, and I do think it's after, well, at least Dragon Age's version, the Slaanesh scene happens. Usually after that, you can get in a heap load of trouble if you end up trying to do this with someone else. And it makes sense. It's like, as it should, but it's like, I do find it funny the game actually does play in that. I do love the realism of stuff like that in games like that. I don't know, but he's pushing that limit. Well, he's probably gonna die. Because what, you said it was Eldar and the Navigator? Yeah, that's not dangerous at all. I don't think I'd want to piss off either of that. It's like, yes, let's piss off the Navigator, who, manipulates the warp and just melts you. Literally melts you. Or piss off a extremely skilled, extremely assassin-like Eldar, and I'm like, both are gonna insta-death you, and you're not even gonna get a chance to say otherwise. Stupid decision. I think for this Darius one, he's getting shot or he's getting Yeah, exactly. He's either gonna be lobotomized or he's gonna get shot, either in his sleep or maybe right to his face. You may not even wait till he's not expecting it. She may just take out that rifle and go, pow! And right in front of Avalon. Won't care otherwise. I don't care if I have to die. You're dying with me. Oh, I kind of hope that's a thing. Because that would be a hilarious way to get a game over in this game. Your rogue trader died because he was a two-timing dumbass. That's why, that's a lesson to all the other Slaanesh's out there. It's like, never do that. Be appreciative of the Daemon or Daemon that you have. Because they might come kill you. Oh, that's hilarious. That's good though. I do hope the game has that realism to it though. That's one thing I did appreciate about Dragon Age and the other, I forgot the other one's name. Pathfinder, yeah. It had a lot of that in it, like hardcore. Pathfinder probably had more of that than even Dragon Age. Pathfinder was probably closer to this game, I would say, now that I kind of remember. Because you just reminded me, I kind of forgot about that game. That's the other one that's almost kind of turn-based. It's like a medievally game. That game is very awesome. That's actually probably closer to this game even than Dragon Age. But yeah, hopefully that's in this. We're not going to do that with our character, but I think for this playthrough, because I want to just meet the other characters with Darius's character, I think Darius is going to stay with his fair navigator for this one. Because I think she would be more okay with an iconoclast character. Easier, so. But he does have a heavy bolter in his inventory he can't use. What? Why? Why would he carry a heavy bolter he can't use? It wouldn't save him. He can't use it. I'm looking the wrong way, Chad. Look how tired. I'm tired, by the way. I'm a little... With everything going on with the van, luckily, I like I said, I have a backup plan with a way to help with that. Because, like... I was waiting to find out what it was, basically. I was hoping it wasn't that piece, but at least that's cheaper than what it could have ended up being, which is why we're getting that taken care of next month. This is why I'm going to give y'all a fair warning of the lightness of the schedule being expanded in January. He found it and has a plan for when he finds the wolf. Oh, he gonna make his wolf a heavy support? That'd be kind of cool. I do think I don't really have a heavy bolter person. I want to make my wolf melee, but then I'm like, well, then it's gonna be pointless for Abelard, right? Then Abelard becomes kind of, well, who cares? No offense to Abelard. So I have thought about even that myself with the Space Wolf in this specific playthrough. Now in our other one, the corrupted one, which we might not get to keep him either. I don't know yet. I need someone who is going to be a heretic, but also very good at melee. Like tanky melee. I'm going to have an assassin. We all know what I'm turning my assassin in from. That would make more sense. Especially since I'm kind of also not just in funniness, but also in actual unit and tradition. Since we are embracing Slaanesh, we are going to need more melee units. I'm going to try to be more predominantly melee. Much like Khorne, they are very dominated by melee. So there are others, of course, and we are going to have some guns, but just less. It's going to be good. Looking this way. It's where the camera used to be a long time ago. My brain's like, huh? Alright, who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
Would it be you by any chance? That'd be hilarious. Let's see. Very dominated by melee. The Blood Pack primarily uses guns. Yeah, but isn't that a Khorne one? There probably are other factions. There's thousands of factions in Warhammer. I don't doubt it. But most of the time when you see, like, the poster boy stuff, it's all melee and all that. We're talking about Daemons directly, by the way. I will, like I said, have a couple of guns. It's just, there will be much more running and slashing and ripping and tearing. And causing a mind pain and body pain of exuberant, exquisite amounts. But, my Khorne one would probably be half and half. If I went a Khorne route with it, it'd probably be half and half. It'd be some range, some melee. And that's true, and that makes sense. The Khorne guardsmen are more guns. They're more about the martial tradition of being tactically smart, knowing your opponent, destroying them, and killing them in a different way. So that makes more sense, especially from a guardsman's perspective if you think about it. They don't have the physical strength most berserker factions who follow Khorne do. So they have to kill and honor their blood god in a much different fashion. So prowess of strategy is another thing for Khorne, so it makes more sense. Like I said, it doesn't surprise me that there's others. It's just a lot of people tend to make the poster boys the melees, or all you see is the bloodletters and the skull crushers and the bloodthirsters and the Daemon Prince, and I'm like, and even I know I'm not even being as like I'm not even that educated in Warhammer like most, like you Farseer, Darius, and others. Know that there's more to it than that. But also, they also use magic and don't hate the Emperor, only seeing him as a rival god. See, and that makes more sense too, from a Khorne's perspective, because Khorne's more about battle. He's literally a demon version of Ares. That's kind of what I look at it as. Because Ares in his own right was also honorable in the Greek gods. Not necessarily the video game ones that Kratos killed, but the actual Ares did have quite a lot of the similar traits. We need to see the Blood Pact in more games. I do agree, that would be cool. I think we need to see a lot more from the universe in a lot of the games. I think they do kind of maybe get stuck in this, let's just make an elite crew of this and do that and only a couple of characters. I do think there needs to be more games, at least 40K wise, not necessarily fantasy, it's doing pretty good right now. But 40K wise, I do think there needs to be more embracement of creating games that allow you to see these factions, see how they play, or maybe even, like I said, and I'll say it until I'm blue in the face, a better Dawn of War, possibly, you know. It pains me so much every time I have to say it out loud. Anyways. But oh man, it just, I do wish, I really do wish there was more for the 40K when it comes to not only just RTSs, but stuff like this. Stuff that is more lore heavy, dives you deeper into it, lets you actually kind of make more choices, experience different perspectives, get to see a lot of the factions you don't normally get to see, because I don't know much about her and the Navigator factions. To be fair, and don't judge me too hard. I didn't even know what a Navigator was. So either one of you would have told me eventually, probably, or this game at this point. And that's why I like games like this, because since I can't necessarily go to the tabletop places and buy the books and read the lore and actually play the game a lot more in tabletop, this is kind of my way of learning a lot of that, or you guys. So I do want to see more from 40K in this kind of fashion, and also more strategy. Give me more games that let me be different factions. Even if at the beginning it's kind of, I hate to say this, but even if at the beginning it's kind of like what happened with the Age of Sigmar game, try to build off of that and be better with it. We need a game from Chaos perspective. I want to see interactions between the World Eaters and the Blood Pact. I do agree that's true too. I do feel like there's not enough Chaos games. Yeah, you're not the only one in that. Now, of course, my specific Chaos Lord, or excuse me, lady, technically Lord in fantasy, but still, in general, I do think, mine excluded for the moment, I do think there needs to be more perspectives from the Chaos perspective. Let us keep making these choices. This game is why I think this is my favorite so far, and probably going to be for a while, is because this game lets me do that. It lets me kind of, okay, well, you want to embrace being crazy chaos heretic? There's a way to go about that. Probably many ways to go about that in different forms and fashions, too. We just haven't seen it yet. Both worship the same God, but different aspects of the same God. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I do think that's something like seeing the different levels. Yeah, like you just said, like they both worship. It's almost like even in Greek mythology, right? Look at Ares again, as an example. Not all worshippers of Ares fully worship him for the same reason. So they're gonna, use him in different ways according to what they believe from that god or that pantheon. So same thing with Chaos Lords, like Slanesh as well. Like everyone does, the poster boy stuff is all the stuff that makes you go, what? But technically, there is a lot more other layers. It's like, oh well, there's also ones that may just believe in the excess of pain or the excess of maybe, I forgot what it's called. My brain, I forgot the word for it. But they're like basically like the word excess. That's kind of really the only like knocking feature, kind of like the honor thing with Korn, that unifies them all, right? It's an excess thing, but it's different depending on who you ask and what you ask. Like it's not just daemons either, just like Korn. There's Chaos Space Marines. There's probably Guardsmen factions. Probably, I mean, she wears purple. I bet you there's a faction that's a rival to her. That it's like, so Nurgle is very simple Hell, well, you don't really have to do much except just get people sick. Terrible, I hate it. I hate Nurgle so much. That's the one reason why I think me and James make good, or me and Zeech make good allies. We both dislike Nurgle. I don't hate him as much as James does. I'm more of a rival of Khorne, but still ew. It's like, who, who wants Nurgle, seriously? Who actively seeks Nurgle? At least the others give you some sort of unusual award that seems worth it. The power to see all of the universe or become basically a god of the mind, Zeech. The power to embrace full, just get whatever you want, have access of everything, anything, whatever you desire, Slaanesh. The power of being the strongest warrior in everything that ever existed, Khorne. Nurgle, I'm gonna make you cough. You say, we never even see Slaanesh guardsmen. That's true, and I bet you they exist. I bet you. I guarantee you. Well, maybe not officially. I want to say this before I say any of this. I can't guarantee any of this as far as official lore. I just want to say there should be, is what I'm saying. If there's not, these are ways to embrace more of your lore, bring more people in, and make some certain sides of factions seem less just one-dimensional, basically. So that way they become more interesting to more people, and more people will join, and more people will buy models and games and books, and yeah. It kind of does baffle me sometimes, I'll just say that. It's like, people say, I want to make money, and like, then do it right. It's like, they probably exist in numbers so small because I'm 1,000% sure other Slaanesh followers kill them for the fun of it. Well, it depends. I mean, look how close, in a way, her faction kind of turned. And look at what her family kind of adores even on the Empire side. Luxury, lavishness, slaves. It's like, that's huge pointers towards a certain Lady of Chaos. I mean, even the way she talks, the fact that that choice that we made worked, that points everything towards, yeah, I can guarantee. And even the lore itself, as we can see in this game, does kind of point towards to, maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's what they want to do. Maybe that's what Warhammer's already gonna do. Maybe that's their next little, like, that's a way to kind of bring more people in. And it is smart, and I would be behind that. I'd love that. See more Slaaneshi factions from the other stuff, like Guardsmen. Because it's not just Chaos Space Marines, it's not just demons. All kinds of stuff. I want to see more of the Dark Eldar side of things, of those, or the Drukhari, or the... or any of them. Hell, anybody. At this point, I'll just do it. Just do it! Sorry, Shia, you just get used for everything now. Their next one is Tyranids and Necrons. Which is cool, but once again, that does feel like... I'm glad that they keep moving and they always change factions to keep it fresh before they do something new. But my brain kind of goes to, okay, your Tyranids and your Necrons don't need help. Not whatsoever. It's like, that's cool they set up the lore, but it's like, they don't need the help, though. You know how many Tyranid and Necron players there already are in existence? I've even talked to one of my shop owners that I used to go to about this kind of conversation. Even sometimes he gets baffled by it. I'm not going to say who he is, but it's like, they all they pursue half the time is the big boy, the big boy, the big boy, the big boy. They never promote anything else. And then that is a big problem, I do think. It's like, the Necron, like, if you look, and he even said, if you look at the average, even in that shop, the people who come to play, how many Necron players I have, how many players I have of the Tyranid, it's quite overwhelming. A lot of them stopped playing them because they already played them too much. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean you should promote it, because they're going to realize sooner or later, and I've already seen it kind of happening, they're going to start hemorrhaging some money somewhere, because they're promoting ones that people, especially their biggest money makers, which is the tabletop itself, that's where all the money truly comes from, with the models and stuff. They're going to realize these people aren't going to buy anymore. They don't want that faction because they're bored of that faction. They want to see the other factions. They don't want to, we want the Killer Necron crazy, overpowered crazy more people, and the Killer Necron Tyrannid overpower more people. And it's like, no one's asking for this. So it's like, a lot of the community is kind of a little upset with it, so. But, at some point it's going to hit the purses at some point, let's put it that way. And the wallets. And so, because numbers don't lie. And I do think a lot of it also kind of comes with a little bit of problems with they're letting some of the, once again, multimedia influencing a little bit kind of thing going on. Knowing GW, they're going to add more Space Marines to balance it. And seeing, but why? Why can't the Chaos fight off the Necrons and the Tyranids? And that's another thing, if you are going to do that, see, at least that's corn. I'll go with corn. But they need more than just corn. Why not? Okay, normally you would have the Space Marines or the Empire come to blah, 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 blah against the Necrons and the Tyranids. Why not do something completely out of nowhere? And because Chaos doesn't benefit from some of this as well, to be fair, why does it not be them? Why not have Chaos try to stop this? And let them have a faction-wide upgrade. It seems strange. It just really does. Yeah, but they're in no position because of lore writing, Farseer. When you say stuff like that, no offense, and I'm not talking about necessarily from lore. I'm talking about literally from a universe and writing perspective of people are tired of just kind of being shoved in a corner. It's like the writers are just now kind of writing to the benefit of what they think that it should be. And that's all it really is now. After the beating he took and all, yeah, but once again, written by some random employee, being told by his big boy CEO boss, push the Space Marines! And it's like, that's all that really is. And it's like, and that really I do think at some point, even as big as Warhammer is, it is going to be its own downfall if it doesn't listen sooner or later. That its fans don't care, are starting to not care. We're getting tired of the same old, same old, same old. Necrons, Space Marines, Tyranids. Where's Chaos? Where's... And even though I don't really like them much either, where's the Tau? Where's the Eldar even? Where's the Dark Eldar? Where's this? Where's the Greenskins more? Where... It's like certain three factions have become the poster. This is all we sell now. So, and a lot of people are kind of feeling that way. So, Death Guard got decimated and his realm got burned. Yeah, but once again, written by a random person being told, burn Nurgle because we don't want to promote Nurgle. We want to promote the poster boy. It's like I said, it's like they're going to have a problem if they don't start fixing some of it soon. All the players who of a certain ones that play certain ways, because they don't realize their community is pretty hardcore. Certain people get stuck in their ways when they come to a certain faction. Some even recite the sayings. Yeah, but still not doing better enough to make them a warrant of anything fashionable, or you wanting to draw in new orc players. Or having a current orc player go to maybe a friend he knows maybe somewhat likes this universe to promote more orcs to him, and then go, hey, they got some crazy new orcs now, you want to try to join up, and da-da-da-da. If they ignore that for too long, they're going to realize your Space Marine, Necron, and Tyranid factions aren't spending any more money because they've already had their fill. But the factions you're ignoring are being ignored and just don't want to buy these other factions. So it is going to come to a head at some point. The games are doing better in that front, I will at least say that. Like this game, some of the strategy games, at least they're being a little bit more fashionably smart about this when it comes to faction choices and what's available, but it does feel like they are ignoring kind of their biggest market, which has always been the tabletop industry. That's what made them who they are. So Eldar got screwed for the 40th time in our lore. And see, that's what I'm saying. And like, you as an Eldar fan, like, how does that feel though to you? Like, even from your perspective, you've got to be annoyed with that by now. And that's exactly what I'm speaking of. A good writer has to know when to balance certain sides and go, okay, this side's been kind of pandered to too much. And then balance it out. And it also creates more flavor to your universe, making the universe even deeper and more attractive to newcomers to the lore. Because even though I'm saying this as a joke as well, in my own fashion, they wonder why there's so many memes that just yell out, that just have a Space Marine going, "For the Emperor!" Because that's how it feels. Well, our Avatar Arcane has been made an absolute joke in the lore. And see, that's what I'm talking about as well, and that's the same kind of with Slaanesh stuff. But it does feel like they just pick factions to bully in order to keep the Blue Boys and the poster of Space Marines and the Imperium to be sold the most, and then pick and choose flavoring with the other two, which has now become the Tyranid and the Necrons. Kind of indubitably. I don't know. Everyone and their mom has beaten it. That's sad. That makes me sad. I'm not an Eldar player, but that even not being an Eldar player, that would make me mad as an Eldar player. So it's like you're not even promoting your game to be fun, too. It is supposed to be also a game where these factions can fight each other. It's like, well, what's the point of having these builds if they're just going to be railroaded by everything? Literally, you have. So it's like, it does seem like they're getting into a very nasty problem. Horus Heresy lore is good. I mean, it is, but once again, they don't technically promote that either. That's past. Like, current day, they don't really, like, they don't build for that. They don't make models for stuff like that. It's like, at least not current ones. But that's another thing with the way Warhammer works lore-wise. That also determines some of the rules and stat changes of some of the units, too. Unless, of course, you agree, with your shop owner and with your, what do you call it? Your player you're playing with. Especially physically. And technically, there are some Farseer, but there's not that many. Not like what you're kind of prescribing. Like I said, I go to a Warhammer shop. There aren't any. He said they released a lot of Horus Heresy models in recent times. In comparison to everything else, no. And this is coming from a shop owner's numbers. Like I said, there's a lot about, like, the people who are kind of heading up this and seeing it the face value of what people want. None of that's technically true. And maybe at your shop, maybe it's bigger. But on the average shop that isn't that big, that's not the case. You either have to order it and let it get shipped in. That's your only really way. But then at that point, you're going to order it online anyways, which destroys the shop's value in all as a whole. So, like I said, there's just too many loopholes in their model that at some point, there's going to be some sort of kind of flashback that's going to burn them, and they're going to have to probably make changes. Because there's also only so much you can do when you keep shoving the same factions to one side. So, and that makes sense, but that's also a problem in its own right. Because then how do those players ever truly get to be a part of any of the true communities? Which is what promotes more sales and promotes anything else for people meeting each other and wanting to do even more factions. You can't do that in an online environment. Not with a physical model, anyways. if there was a digital game that represented this, and I've also said this for ages, if they want to promote it in this kind of way, why is there no actual, and I do mean an actual one, like an actual verbatim, one-to-one, like, actual version of a digital version of what the tabletop is? Now, of course, it would be a microtransaction nightmare, but it would be a free-to-play game. I don't understand how that hasn't happened. I'm not saying it should necessarily, because that could also technically hurt the physical side even more. So that's a double-edged sword. But it is, when you come to these like online orders and things like that, it does kind of feel, oh no, it kind of feels like it's removing too much of the physical aspect that needs to be there for a physical game. Because it's not like it's a video game. It's a digital, it's like playing chess in the back in the day, or Monopoly. It's a physical object. So, let's see. Horus Heresy is just Space Marines versus Space Marines. Just release a Horus Heresy version of Dawn of War and let the Space Marines brawl. I mean, that would be okay, but once again, even then, that's still just only Space Marines, right? That's why I think the like I said, I don't want to beat too much into it. We're just going to keep going and playing the game, but I do think the biggest, not only money maker for Warhammer, but also something that would make the fans enjoy Warhammer more, is why enough with the Space Marines. As much as you love them as your poster boy, you need to cool their heels a little. You need to make a reason for them to even be a thing anymore, because it's gotten so out of craziness that it feels, once again, kind of jokey. So, it's losing that grim dark and becoming more of a comedy dark. So, $18 different legions, each with a lot of differences to change up their playstyle. Yeah, but they're still all Marines, though. That's still part of the issue. Even if you give them different playstyles, at the end of the day, they're still going to be big, bulky, armored Space Marines. Chaos-wise, and otherwise. That's still in its own right. Like, even the Horus Heresy being as cool as it is, that wouldn't fix the issue. And I don't think that'd be a good replacement for what the last good Dawn of War was. I really think that'd actually be a step back. It'd be better than 3, but still be destroyed by 1 and 2. As far as most likely popularity. Because at least 1 and 2 takes in that factor at least some. 1 especially with the unification mod, but that's a mod. And 2 a little bit more so openly, but then it was immediately just blown out of the water when 3 was decided to fall off a cliff. So 2's still in that fashion, still way better. That's why I don't know, he said Night Lords and Raven Guard beg to differ if you make them fight Iron Warriors. Yeah, but once again, that's just rock, scissors, paper Marines. It's just, this Marine beats this Marine, or this Marine beats this. Trust me, that wouldn't work. A lot of people probably would not like that game. That game probably would get almost as much flack as 3 did for the fact that, where are the other factions? No, not everyone's a Space Marine hug boy. It's like I'm not, and I know that's also coming from me, but like I said, I've also known many other people now, from my times being at the shop that I like to hang around. This is kind of the general consensus now. It's too much Space Marine hug boy. It's like, so. There needs to be more diversity to the lore and the factions when it comes to like keeping them that way. Oh, that's cool. Like I said, that's some cool stuff. If you had that in there with also other species and other factions, just think about how unification does it, right? Their armor can't take bolters. That's cool. So think about how unification handles it. Let's put that into a real game term if they did this as an official game. What you do is you make the overlying faction. So what you do is you put chaos. That's clear, or whatever. Just to match whatever you're trying to do. This is just an example. And then you can have all of those factions you just said of each type from that one hub faction, much like Unification does. That's why I like Unification, because it baffles me that no modern game has done that. Just saying. But it's like, it would be the same principle. You would have that, and then you would get all the other species. Like, you still get Tau and all their houses you can choose, however many you put in there for that. You did the Guardsmen, stuff like that. Necrons, Tyranids. But at least it would give the player opportunities to play completely. Like, let's say they don't want anything Marine, whatever, whatsoever. They don't care if it's Chaos, they don't care if it's Imperium, they just don't want a Marine. Well, this at least allows those people to also have that choice too. Because there's just as many of them as there is Marine players. So, and this also would help, once again, even diversify the Marines and the Chaos Marines and anything else in between. Because then it would allow even those sub-factions to now kind of have more flavor to them as well. Once again, Unification mod. That's why I love that thing. I just wish it had a more modern game to be on. Here, you know what I really think they should do, and I don't know if the modders have ever had this suggestion. Have they ever tried doing it to 3? I know 3 overall is a terrible game, and it would be a lot more work put in to make 3 even workable. But it's like, at least they would be able to now kind of play around with more modern models, have more fun with them. I do feel I feel like they would be kind of cool if Unification ever decided, I don't know who the modders are, but if they ever decided to move up. Or, hell, even move it maybe to 2. Just like, let 2 and then add that build thing that you were talking about. 3 would need both. 3 is just... 3 is so much of a shit game, they can barely mod it due to the lack of mod tools. So 2 would be a safer option then. So then I would say maybe up it to 2, because at least 2 somewhat more modern graphics, and they could have more fun with the models, at least at 2 as well. I figured 3 might be a, excuse my language, a shit fest. But 2 at least, I feel like that would be cool if they do that one day. Eternal mod is already doing that in their Codex mod. So does that add all those factions though, is the thing. Does it add like the Desolation Angels, like Corrupted Sisters of Battle, like Slanesh, all the Khorne factions, all the Eldar factions, all those, because that's kind of, even though a lot of them sadly didn't work as they should, because some of the mod had some problems with some things that game apparently had in source code, where you need like a whole bunch of other like third-party stuff to make it work. Other than those exclusions, Unification has like the most characters and playable factions I've ever seen. Codex adds Necrons, Tau, and the Titan units, some other stuff. So at least that somewhat does that one. Wait, the Necrons aren't in 2? I don't think I've ever noticed that. They weren't, were they? Huh. That's actually a bit of a surprise. But who were the main people of 2? Chaos, Space Marines, Guardsmen? Were the Guardsmen in that? I don't think they were either, were they? That game did have a little bit of a lack of factions too, to be fair. But that is good if the Codex at least gives Tau and Necron, what else you say, and some other stuff. And it gives the Titans. Eternal mod changes up how each faction plays, gives them unique doctrines. So maybe 2 would be a little bit more interesting, and just hate that they don't have all the factions yet. I think that's why I think it'd be cool if modders teams could come together and do like co-ops. Because could you imagine those mods being combined in some massive mod that also now gives us factions like Now, maybe not all of them. That might be too much. But at least some flavorings of each those factions. At least maybe 3 of each. From the unification mod. I feel like that'd be insanity. Because it also creates more work for the other teams. That's why they'd have to be working in tandem. It'd have to be like a joint venture. But those are the things I wish for, chat. Until I'm able to do a lot of mods and things I want to start doing on my own at some point. I just have to wish for it for now. Space Marines have veteran, armored, and support company. Oh, nice. Once again, that's cool. Like I said, I do like that at least. Bleh, I'm stuttering. I do like that at least some of that updates kind of happens too. But that's also why I think I'm kind of stuck with 1 for now. 'Cause I'm just gonna kind of leave it. I just hope I didn't break my mod, because I wonder if it's triggering my... I think it's kind of triggering a warning with my scanner, and it's keeping my Steam from updating, so I may end up having to temporarily uninstall and reinstall the mod after later on down the road. Once I know Steam has to be updated, I'm gonna have to uninstall it, at least temporarily. Because I do think that's what it is. I think my scanner is thinking it's a malware of, like, bad intent. But it forgets in some ways these kind of have to be that way for some of these games to work. I'm expecting that with Resident Evil, which is why I'm not gonna worry about the updating Steam thing right now, or temporarily uninstalling Unification and redoing it, because... Oh, hold on. Important call. I'll put it this way. Because the mod system I need needs the same thing. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back, chat. But yeah. Veterans are all quality Space Marines and Terminators. Get veteran Dreadnoughts and Land Raiders. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, I hope she just needs to be careful. God, it's distressed right now, chat. It's just, God. I need a vacation, chat, like a real vacation. Like a vacation where I can be gone for like a whole month. And go wherever I want to go. I just need someone to travel with me for a little bit. Go finish what I wanted to start in Georgia. Both love Lawrenceville and all that. go to Vegas. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, maybe. Not for the gambling stuff. I'm not into that kind of stuff. I'm not that kind of dude. But there's at least some really, you're gonna probably think I'm crazy. There's actually some really good food places that have been on like, what is it, dine-in and drives with Guy Fieri. Dinners, dines, and drives. I forget how to say it. I watch his show quite a lot. So I actually do really like food. It's one of my weaknesses otherwise as well. So I want to go there. But alright, we rambled long enough, exactly. Also, there's a Warhammer mod for Men of War Assault Squad 2 made by a Russian that is very amazing. Oh, nice. See, those kinds of things, that's amazing. Because that game would be a fun Warhammer game. But anyways, let us continue. Alright, who rules? Oh, he made that assumption. That must be my perception.
So, says Regent Toronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novateur. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
Don't worry, we'll lead you and your people to where you need to go. You will be the greatest Novateur ever existing. For no reasons. With your permission, I would like to talk to you about something else.
By all means.
I never click this one, Self. I need to remember, don't click this just because it's glowing. What does your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it.
Interesting. Thank you for that, Cassia. I wonder what that means. That's very specific.
Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life.
So if I wasn't already in a trying to build a relationship with Cassia, he probably would, or would be the other character. Once again, I don't think this game's gonna do that, because in some games you can also get other characters in your party kind of to start going towards each other, so you can kind of create these dual bonds and stuff. But that would be the likely choice there.
Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman?
So,
is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
So she, once again, it's that she can go either way, but she has sent something inside of Idria. Alright, so we did our main. We don't want to hit that other one.
Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you, Cassia. Alright, so let's see if there's anything else to talk with the Boxmaster. Nothing? Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna save again because I don't want to mess anything. I don't want to do too hard of saves, but we now that we've gotten hers done, I want to at least save it. The tech priest fixed the old dude's implants. Oh, really? Really? Yeah, let's go meet the tech priest. Let's go do tech priest now. I'm eager to do more missions. Alright, Farseer, well, since y'all are choosing, Farseer clearly already chose the tech priest. So, unless someone else chimes in, we're gonna go to tech priest. So, which planet is it, Farseer? It's also an unidentified void ship. Prepare for enemy snipers. Good thing I have one of my own, but that is gonna be slightly annoying. Snipers are dangerous as hell in this game, it feels like. Alright, so which one is it? Also, I want to know what that is. Part of me wants to eventually just click this just to see what happens. The one with the pyramid. They both have a pyramid. The green one. No, so this one up. Oh, this one up here. So yeah, the green planet, because that one's brown, so that can't be the one you were talking about. So Reichland Minoris. Oh, what? Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Yes, ma'am. Is this one of the relationship things? Good thing I saved. Already. Already. She was a menace in my
Captain,
ship.
my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
The Lady Navigator is engrossed in perusing the dusty tomes, which appear to have been neglected by the other officers, be it because of sloth or dullness of the mind. When you walk closer, Cassia looks up at you, starts and hides the weathered book behind her back. Alas, the title alone is not enough to hold everyone's attention all of the time. See, this would be a good observation. See, this is more of a smoother thing. See, that feels at least something that's, you know, hey, you're actually making a proper observation. So, I still think this is the perception. She shit-talked someone so badly he executed his entire family and then himself. Wow! Also hilarious! Not in real life, but in this game, that is freaking hilarious. I see you're fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves. And I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Let's see. Let's see. I don't know anything about this game, just checked in. Oh, this is a Warhammer game. This is a Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. It's an RPG / turn-based strategy game. Let's see. Let me reread that. I kind of missed part of that. Only sparse moments of respite. Only in my sparse moments of respite I was allowed to escape into the pages of my most embellished works.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orcelio,
Okay.
Lord Captain.
This is why I'm
Like a
testing
shawl
certain
of
things. The
pale
middle
smoke,
answer was the right answer, and
A
I knew
faint
that.
malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Let's go with this one.
Your servants are somewhat sluggish when it comes to attending a noblewoman of the Navis nobility, but they are quite tolerable. Thank you for your concern.
Okay. Hey, perception test succeeded. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts of the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her cloth. The unnatural appearance of the navigators often become a topic of gossiping around lowly servants. I obviously had the option to stop her, but I chose to make it worse. I mean, I might too in that kind of situation. It'd be more or less. Plus, since we're going kind of heavy, not heavy as Imperium as you did with yours, but we're going more half and half. No, well, she was talking about she let her, ruin an entire family, apparently. Cassie is pretty cruel, to be fair. She just hides it. Let's see, so it becomes a topic of gossip among the lower servants and officers alike. It is clear that she does not feel comfortable aboard a ship teeming with new people. Oh, I don't have any other option. Didn't give me another choice, so let's go with that.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the
There was no other
Guardiansmen than a
answers, though.
herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
See, it didn't give me another choice. Why was there not another option there?
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying.
Here we go.
You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
So, I am beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, but be they good or bad, and it's just natural to share them with others. Quite right. I should ask that you mind what you say from now on. No, not that answer. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for him. No, don't want that answer either. However, no. Okay, so. We did save this, thankfully. Let me see what the yellow part says. Frightened by her own words, Cassia covers her mouth, pales, blushes, then pales again. Hides her face behind the cascade of her snow-white hair. See, it's either one or two. So what do you think, what do y'all think, chat? What do you think, Farseer? One or two? Since we have chosen this character to be beside our Lord Darius in this playthrough. Remember, we won her over with the most outrageous imp answer. So that would be number one then. Right? I can't tell which one's more outrageous though. These are actually these seem more normal than that one. Than when we got that choice. These actually seem kinda normal-ish. It's something like, you know, you might say. Compared to what we saw. So, I'm actually not sure which one is though, since our guy's just basically worshiping his navigator at this point. I don't know which of these is that. Almost wish it was a little more blatant so I can keep just going full board to the weird, just straight up out of nowhere. Hey! We're already knee deep in this, so we might as well go deep in the sim route. Yeah, which one do you think is more like that though? One or two? Which one do you think fits that bill more? The first answer or the second answer? I feel like the first answer maybe, because it's me directly convening it, I guess. But this kind of is too, but you're being a little bit more dodgy with it to make it feel less like awkward. You're doing like the thing anyone should probably do to be a little more suave. I do think one's a bit more simpy. I don't know. It's hard to tell with this game. Some of these words like could be a completely terrible answer compared to the answer we thought was bad. So I don't know. One feels like a direct approach. Yeah, two has more of a general acknowledgement of her humanity. I'm gonna go with one.
Lord Captain? So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words. Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now.
It worked,
Your
I
words
think.
and attention have reminded me of life on the station. Of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
Probably because you had feelings for them too. Probably like them as well. But one of them was a traitor and the other one, he sadly died. Which, that's ironic. You can save the old man, right? So you can technically, he could technically be here to kind of like be her companion for the rest of the trip. Or you can make your character do that. Interesting. And who knows what happens, sadly, if the Felix thing happens. I do feel like she dies if you go Felix route, though.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
There's the forward answer again. I would rather we find amusement elsewhere, perhaps. Wait, what? This seems... there's no way. I'm glad we saved. There's no bloody way that number two's gotta work, right? Not this soon. Well, at least not in some cases. But... What? 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 Hold on, we're gonna read the others and we're gonna come back to that. What? Most of these answers we're not gonna go with because we're still trying to do the super simp artist mode. But that is the most brazen, confident at least, I'll give it that. But it's like, okay, you've known her for what, less than 8 hours? That's crazy. I will say, unlike the Dragon Age games and Pathfinder, I don't know if this game even makes you work for any of the relationship levels. I feel like you can just freight train your way through as long as you've got already succeeded at least once. No, we're gonna find out one way or the other. Well, I love this test playthrough because we're using this one just to make the weirder choices anyways, to kind of find out what the game does and what it doesn't do. It's like, okay. No, I think it might be. It might be. Maybe she's meant to be the easiest choice. Because there is always one character in the squad, no matter what your custom character is, for you, that is the easiest choice one way or the other, good and bad. Like, there's always an easy good choice and an easy bad choice for your character to have a building relationship RPG-wise with. I just find it funny, too, is just already an option. 1 made sense. I was going to go 1 because that seemed, once again, very simpish. But then I saw 2 and went... Let's read 3, though. Once again, we're not going to do either of these. It's going to be 1 or 2, but... What I find childish is your manner of addressing me as if we were friends, and your mistaken belief that anyone here would be interested in hearing about your emotional turmoil. Yikes, that's a Guardsman answer. I understand what you are going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago. Ooh! That's a legit answer. See, that's what you would want to actually, like, say as a normal human being. Because the rest of the stuff happens. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It's like, but, that's normal answer. Is that answer? Didn't expect that. 5. I am not in the habit of finding amusement in the expense of my people. Just remember to keep your emotions in check. Secondary guard answer. Not as harsh, but still harsh. That is quite surprising. I wonder if this is either our background or this has to do with just the rogue trader choice. Like, this is the rogue trader choice. Or it's background related since we grew up in the harsh crime street, like a crime world. I wonder. But that's not the answer we can go because our guy's not that logical. So, it's either 1 or 2. Should we go for it, chat? Are we going straight to over 9,000? Do we do number 2? I doubt it. If this works. Also, I'm kind of scared if this works. Is this game as bad as Dragon Age? I might be manually demonetizing this episode depending on how far this goes. We're doing it? Alright. Full bore it is. I mean, this is the playthrough for this. This is the practice for how we make a chaos playthrough, not just one side or the other. So, this will test how crazy these choices can go. I expect to be destroyed, like, right now. This is what I expect. We are already this deep. Time to go even deeper. Well said, Paz. Also, this is what I expect to happen. Is that what will happen? Probably not with the way this game's been lately. Especially with her dialogue. I expect her to use her powers to turn me to a pile of goo. That would be a normal probably response to this, being only 8 hours into each other, knowing each other. Unless she is fully a Slanesh demon secretly. So, 2 it is!
Lord Captain, what do you think you are doing? Saying such a thing to someone with whom you are barely acquainted? It is outrageous. It's obscene. You should better familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn how one ought to behave around a lady.
See, I do, but I want to see what you say. So it wasn't terrible. She denied it kind of right there. Alright, so I want to see what that did. We have a save just in case it turns bad. I wish there was a number, though. Like, I wish there was something that kind of showed us what that just did. Like, was that terrible? Also, who is this? Ha! So it did work halfway. She literally left me a book to read on how to approach her. So, halfway. That was at least that was a more believable response. If she had just given into that, I'd be like, what is this game? I'm actually kind of glad that was a little more normal. So let's read this. Hold on. What in the world? Well, let's see. So, secret of gallant conduct: how to express your feelings to a noble lady. An admirer who seeks the favor of a refined lady is well advised to maintain pointed courtesy and finesse in his every deed. An honorable admirer will never defile a lady's ears with crude or indecent words like we did. Because she is still partially imperial, so we have to remember that. But I wanted to see how crazy this game was going to let me be, so that is the point of this playthrough. But I know now. The proper aggressive answer was 1. If we wanted to keep pushing but be polite about it. It's either that or the actual legit answer. The 2 proper answers that I think get you the most relationship with her, probably in that answer, is either the one that was number 4 or 5, the actual normal human answer, where you talk about how you kind of went for those things, like you know how she feels, like especially if you are already 2 people who are kind of already on common ground and kind of vibe together already. That's already going to be a thing anyways. So the normal answer probably was going to get the most relationship, I bet, but who knows. After what we pulled, she's trying to learn herself. She's like trying to realize, I don't want to be too forward. I don't want to scare him. Alright, but yeah, it's like, so, oh, sorry. That was myself in the background, didn't realize I was echoing. So, above all, the admirer should remember that a relationship begins with the right choice of words. This isn't just proper etiquette for a noble lady. This is proper etiquette in general. This is what you should do in general. This is for anyone who doesn't understand and should definitely read this. Shower your lady with compliments that will maybe not always that necessarily. That depends on the person, because you can be overbearing. There is, once again, being a simp. There's a difference. Like, I am very Slanesh, and I do tend to pamper anyone I'm in a relationship with in real life. But there is also still too much of a good thing in anything. So, if you overdo it, it can do just as bad as, underdoing it. But it has the right idea, at least in the fashion of normal etiquette. That it accentuate her finest qualities without putting her in a position of discomfort. Yeah, meaning, unless you're really deep in your relationship and it's that moment for those kinds of words, don't be just constantly expressing how much you enjoy her assets. You threatened to shoot her and robbed her station when you first met her. Yep, that's true. I will say, I do think the character's hiding behind a bit of the nobility. I do think there is a bit of Slanesh, a bit right there, that she had to control the fact that maybe part of her was like, yeah, okay. Because you saw her expression kind of, she leaned and let the book down for you to read, because she's like, I want you to continue, but I don't want to destroy you on the first occasion, is basically what that was. She did the smarter route. That's great, though. A word chosen elegantly and spoken with genuine warmth may bring about a change in the lady's eyes as she looks upon you. Zeech himself manifested to stop that from working. Oh, it was good. Let's see, and spoken with genuine warmth may bring about a change in the lady's eyes. Yeah, looks upon you. Once your interaction has grown more intimate, always be sure to remember the simple rules of etiquette still apply. For example, should a lady drop her head? Well, this is not a thing anymore. This part's getting a little bit into the 1800s. Yes, you should always be courteous and open the door for her. Help her get her seat if she prefers that. Once again, this also depends on personality. Not every man or woman is exactly the same. So, technically, it's not cut and dry, but as a what it's referencing, always be polite and make sure you're always paying attention, is what that means. Anyways, back to what it said. The lady dropped her handkerchief, or whatever, I don't know, that's not how that's spelled. Maybe I just don't know how it's spelled, but the deepest expression of sympathy for her would be to perform the following gesture. Pick up the handkerchief, wait a brief moment, then bring in the handkerchief to her lips and touch it lightly before returning it to the lady. This noble gesture will assure the lady of the seriousness of your intentions. Once again, that's a bit 1800s-y. But it's those kinds of things, like things that only a person who cares about you is going to notice. The little things. That's a real life version of what that's referencing. Notice the little things that she or he may be kind of doing or being a part of, and incorporate your things in those things and show your interest in that. That is what that is. Because then you're genuinely showing you really are interested in this person. You really want to know more and be more a part of their life. That has been Slanesh Tips with our... Because there is the time for the other kind of words and the other kind of stuff. But not, barandering them with it. Because the Eldar is giving him hell to get here. Wait, what? I missed something. Well, got confirmation from Darius. She's the absolute earliest to win over. Because the Eldar is giving him... Yeah. So even with that brazen result, I'm still... And this right here is an example of that. She still is the easiest character for the player to romance, hashtag. Because even with that brazen, terrible response... She didn't have to leave me this book. If you think about it from a character, or if you were comparing it to a real-life person, at least somewhat. It's still a fantasy character. No real person's totally going to be like this at all. But, remember, it is a fantasy game. But, that being said, if you're trying to... Now that we're getting more and more realistic type lores and writings and AI and gaming characters, you can say it, if you were to take this person and somewhat pluck them into the real life, this is still a positive result. You were dumb about it, and you did terrible result. Like, basically, you went the worst way about it you probably could. But because she's there already cares about you, she's willing to look the other way and show you the better way you should have approached this. To kind of show you, if you're interested, maybe you should be a little bit more quaint. At least in this case. So it is still a positive result. Alright, now let's finish the last part. Remember that a flower bud of the true feelings takes time to blossom. Patience, loyalty, and I cannot talk tonight at all anymore. Impeccability and adhering to the decorums of the nobility is key to earning the lady's favorable disposition. Now imagine in real life, that is definitely, if you're going to also date someone of more, like I would say, like fancierness, like I don't want to say high class, I don't like that word, I don't like low class words and high class words, but as far as they're more fancier, more proper kind of personality, I do think that some of that etiquette, other than the handkerchief thing, is probably still somewhat agreeable today. Just not on the nose like that. Once again, this is a fantasy. None of that is truly on the nose. Okay, nothing else in this room I don't see. through the void ship. We're not going to overwrite that save quite yet. I might create a second one just to kind of have a back pedal if we decide to go back and be more etiquette about it. Now, no offense, we are part criminal, dude. That actually was probably the answer a criminal guy would have given. Like a guy that's from the rough era of the crime worlds. He's always been very blunt, very brazen, very forward. He's very different. He still believes in the etiquette because he was trained. But let's just say since he is a little bit more rough around the edges, he's not gonna, Let's see. Daria shot a guardsman in front of her for attacking the nobility, and she loved it. Yeah, so you really do need to be proper. Like, you want to embrace. You're that old British guy from those old movies who's like, yes, yes. That kind of guy. You have to think that kind of guy. Unless you're going to try to corrupt her. Which, once again, I do think, once again, with all these characters, those are those options. That's also why I think our brazen choice still worked. Because, once again, she is the easiest choice. I also wonder if your interactions with them in that kind of way also is how you change them from dogmatic to heretic to heretic to iconoclast, which is they're like, frick all of that. We're just going to work with each other and help each other kind of thing. Basically the actual good guy class. Because if you think about it, the iconoclast is probably the proper neutral class that it's out for like the in general everybody, no matter what type of faction you kind of are. So. Alright, anyways, back to missions. Let's do some missions. I did not want to do
Captain.
that.
Lord Captain.
I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Back to the map, now that we've done that. We're going to make another save after we do some more things. I'm going to leave it at that, just in case for some reason we find out that that was a bad idea and she starts to turn on me. But I just don't think it is. I think just next time I need to be a bit more nobility oriented. But that was a good test. That was a good test. He showed him what his old commissar told him about disciplining troops. That makes sense. Oh yeah, alright, back to traveling. Again. No, wait, what? Wait, this is Abelard? So Abelard's having an interaction with us now. So this is probably what normal for this game's gameplay for this part is what it's like. We travel between these places, events happen, things like that. The guardsmen and Abelard approach the throne. This is not the conduct of an officer. There are antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Wait. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. I apologize, sir, but I must speak to Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not because I see you have already been seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on this bridge and display of belligerence towards the higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Arviel Vent, requesting permission to speak, then falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgencies. So she would love the Morty and Iron Guard and the Noble Guard Regiment. She probably would. So I want to know what he has to say, but I am going to put it this way. I am sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times call for drastic measures. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I'm convinced that this is a step... I don't know, sir. That this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Ooh, see, that might be... That's a big acclamation on an Imperial ship. That is a huge acclamation on an Imperial ship. If this was a heretic ship, then I'd be like, no, that makes sense. Who's saying it? But it's like, Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech. Abelard is in no hurry to intervene. Lets out a skeptical huff. Lord Captain, I urge you investigate the actions of Seneschal Warren's... What? Are you telling me you will come up here to turn me on Abelard? These answers, one of these answers seems not extreme enough. This one's probably the most one, and no one has informed me. Which one do you think, Farseer? And Chad as well, everyone on watching tonight. Which seems like the rogue thief who became a noble answer. I almost want to do this just because I want to see what he's implying about Abelard. Even though Abelard, I don't see any reason he should betray me right now. I don't know if that's a thing in this game that can happen. I don't know. I went down there. Well, yeah, but there's not an option for that yet. So which option did you do first? That's probably the next choice, right? Whether I intervene or not. Should we go 1 and be angry at the fact that no one told me there's an insurrection coming in the making on board my ship? Should we ask how it started, or should we ask about Abelard's involvement? I trusted the old man. So none of these sound like they trust him, though, like the old man. Which one of these is that answer? This game, some of its wording, other than the blatant ones, does seem a little strange in some of these. Like, how do I know I was angry? So I feel like the top one might be that, because I see Abelard taking that as, uh-oh, I might get in trouble if I don't let him take care of this. But still trusting Abelard, you know? I'm gonna do this. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the word. Okay, so this is why. Rogue traders, attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt 30-some years ago. We had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution. It was on the verge of gathering people to fight against the tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. He liked strong leadership. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than the salvo of 100 bolters. The salvo of 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell their unrest. I dread to think that what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask our Lord Captain to break up the brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem. You should simply use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did this all start? It's making me do both of these, apparently. Apparently these are all have to be asked. The situation could boil over any moment, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who had been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it to the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tension between the enforcers and the workers to head. I shall explain. Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order in the way we do things on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that of the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It's the Seneschal's role to ensure that I have always handled the internal problems myself. Of course, when I received information about the cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of those vermin who murdered Theodora von Valentius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal. Arrests, interrogations, technically, isn't that normal, though? I feel like this situation's a bit weird, because I feel like that's, as much as they're trying to come to me and help with this, is like, that feels a bit normal on Imperial ships, though. Just the arrests and interrogations alone would happen probably just even in a slight of a problem. So I don't know. It does feel like that seems a little like weird that they're not used to that. Mass punishments for the entire sector has driven the people to the brink, Vince says bitterly. Now there is a strike on the lower decks in Depot 4, to be precise. 3 workers' clans are involved. If the ships had a Mordian Iron Guard security team, this problem would have never reached the rogue trader. That makes sense. See, that's what I feel like all Imperial ships feel like, to me, at least on the surface. I'm not saying they are, but that seems, from what I know, what little of Warhammer and what I, as a fan of me being just, a newbie, that seems more normal. That just the arrest and interrogations, the mass punishments, maybe that might have been a little heavy-handed. But just arrests and interrogations, that's probably going to be bloody standard. At least in this universe. They would have beaten everyone and called it a day. Oh, God. See, that is as terrible as it sounds. That feels to me probably what an Imperial ship would do. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? Wait, let's ask, what is Depot 4? 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors in the lower decks. It is home to the clans of the general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one in which now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the arch-enemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rot-gut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We should have done so again. If the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh, and another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located in one of the most populated lower decks. Everything that happens there is a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. Abelard, what do you say about all this? Mordia is not a good place to live. Ah, okay. I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority. The remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. I am certain the Seneschal will acting within his authority. This matter is not worth rogue trader. I will head down there myself. So let's see what they say. For my part, I urge Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that we are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it even begins. I will go to the lower decks and deal with the problem personally.
Praise the Emperor.
Vit cannot contain her relief. Thank you, Lord Captain. I'd still be scared if I were her, because that, even if she did manage to convince him, that put her in very big danger. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise boarding on the sophomeric, but please yourself. Lord Captain, however, I categorically insist that I escort you. Choose party members. Yeah, well, we can have it. We have everybody. Gabe probably thinks I'd have more by now. Alright, let's get in there! Oh, that's harsh. But that is somewhat no offense when I think about the Imperium. That is kind of what I think of.
Over us.
Greetings, Your Grace. Hey, it's Warren scene. Take that scum! This is your fault, all of it! Well, Warren scene got blasted. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear they were shouting your name? The people dare to disrespect a senior officer. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna do that. This is the answer the iconoclast would make. That way it's not blaming Abelard, but it's also, you know, something resembling a nest made of thermal insulation material. This must be where the workers sleep between shifts. Oh wow.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Huge pipes in the arteries of the ship. Mini bays delivering water, heat, and the propulsive force of steam.
Know your duty.
Greetings, Your Grace. Oh. The sounds of heated discussions reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Arville of the ship's enforces is barring the path of the heavily built assault unit officer. And judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already, and has now reached a boiling point. I have my orders to put an end to this unrest and purge the sector. You can take your orders and shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There's only people who can waltz in here without my express permission is the first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. So I'm glad he got to hear that. She is obeying protocol. She's just trying to keep it from getting worse. She's doing her best. Which is what I want. That's what I want in our crew. Your Lordship! Noticing the two junior officers snap to attention and salute their subordinates following the suit a moment later. We encouraged some locals on our way here. Their conduct was outrageous. That even tried to throw things at us now. I give the assault unit permission to open fire. I want to speak to the strikers. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck.
With each step,
Alright.
I forge my
Yes,
destiny.
I think
among
having
the
guns drawn won't
stars.
make it much easier. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people of you are typically inhabitants of the lower decks. Also, Mordia has the highest self-execution rate in Imperium. Oh, wow. You take into your simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation from the barely discernible to the strange, or to the outright grotesque. Rivet. Lord Captain, you have come down to us? A whisper passes through the crowd and detects a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, the three people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and two men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Oh, wow. Lord Captain, you've come down to us. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship, says the tall, thin man in the worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, who turns hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists, one wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. Modia fixes this by taking in more colonists and giving the Iron Guard more shotgun ammo. Oof. They say you're looking for cultists, and one wrong word, they reach for their batons. If they want to punish them, when they turn off the heating to a whole base for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of these enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs spittle on the toe of her worn-out shoe. Ew, what you can see? Oh no, wait. Oh, that's the weakness. I know what it is. So let's read this real quick. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see a sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. Okay. Interesting. So, maybe that Imperium law don't look so good right now for a brief moment? That's why you're making a prayer? Because for a deep, deep second, you thought about blasting me? For those children's deaths? Which, to be fair... Interesting. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidship and has no fellow feeling towards us. The grim man with the scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly and are now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started. Apropos of nothing, you say. I was told one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet. Okay. Abelard, do you have anything to add? We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Ooh, okay, so we could just ignore all that and ask what they want. Which, if we're trying to do the people route, that's the better choice. What do y'all think? I'm letting y'all decide on this one. I want to see what y'all go with. Because since I'm not trying to roleplay this too hard... You know? 'Cause, 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 Or not, before you make your choice, remember a Chaos Space Marine from the Night Lords showed sympathy for one of his servants for losing their kid in the Imperium assault. Wow, so even Chaos somewhat goes, yeah, that was pretty crummy, even from my standard. So that's interesting. Before another Night Lord came down and murdered said father. See, and that's kind of sad. But that is kind of the case, right? It depends on how high up on the board you really are. Because if you're not high enough, then that's what's going to happen most likely. The other shoe that doesn't agree with that sentiment's going to do it anyways. Should we ask about why we were attacked? Or what do y'all... Like I said, I'm letting you decide his fate, chat. What is the fate of the underdeck right now? Should we ask if why we were attacked? Should we ask Abelard to add anything? Or should we persecute kinda and kinda go, hey, we found a cultist possession amongst your people. What does this mean? He was the leader of the warband, and they still killed the dude. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine even in Chaos, it's almost kind of like the Khal Drogo thing from Game of Thrones. If you have a group that is known, I mean as a whole, not just you as a person, the group as a whole is known for pillaging, fighting, taking servants, blah 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 blah, and then said taking out those servants when they don't obey inside those universes. Usually, as a leader of this faction, you're not going to get away with trying to be nicer because most of them don't even believe in that. Because unless you've somehow, at least intrinsically in the mind or in culturally wise, changed the whole group as a whole, you're not going to get away with that. You're either going to die yourself for that choice, in most realistic terms, where one of the others right beneath you sees that as weakness and kills you too. To be fair, in that situation, I'm kind of surprised the father was the only one taken out in that situation. Because I'm surprised that another one rank down Chaos Warrior went, excuse me? And took him out too. He had to punish a corn worshipping Night Lord for killing crew members. And it's like, and I guess there is that, and also could just be the psychopathy too. There's also the craziness that Chaos goes through in general, so it could have just been that man was just mad. He was just like, I'm gonna kill him. But you know. But even then, in that aspect, that's what you expect from what you lead. It still falls under that same thing. So once again, what do y'all think, chat? 2, 3, 4, or 5? Y'all decide the fate. Even though it wasn't his fault, it was the Slanesh Blaster blaming him. Exactly. But that's how it's a chaos ship. Once again, unless you're going to change that aspect about your whole group, you got to expect stuff like that. If your group's known for lying, kind of stabbing each other in the back, doing those kinds of things on average, well, yeah, that's what's going to keep happening. Unless it's changed, so. But anyways, choose their fate, chat. What is the fate of the lower deck? How do we approach this? We need to know the amulet. So let's do the amulet. Occultist amulet? What's that? The Gigal they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigations would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There've even been no new faces around. Definitely not, and if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for the amulet or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when the fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine. So I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. That's dangerous words. God, like, see that right there? Oh my God. If this was normal life, that's a fair thing to say. In the Imperium world, oh my God. Oh yeah, those boots really were fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? Or there's no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor. And when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirit of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are your people of faith. Any ship, and I mean any ship, and that's a commissar's gun to the face. Yeah, that was a bit slanderous. Like, it's fine to say what that guy just said. See, that seems like the rational approach to your guardsmen are a bit suspicious of you. Is even if you're innocent, do what this guy did. Tell it most likely it was just stolen and we didn't even know any better about it. We just were trying to make profit and trying to, basically for the Emperor, basically. That's a safer route. Plus it also kind of actually explains how it ended up happening. Now whether that's actually true is the other thing. Because that's another thing why it becomes a double-edged sword, even if you look at it from innocent or not innocent perspective. You gotta look at it from the commissar's perspectives at least somewhat and go, how do they know they're not lying? How do they actually know? Unless you have a psychic or a psyker or whatever, and you're willing to let that warp kind of magic show you what they're thinking and cheat, you'll never truly know one way or the other until one or the other happens. So, naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that unfamiliar objects could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. Old woman. We were told, Holy Sister, but that was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I had had my third little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers, who will blame you when the beasts crawl out of these amulets you stole from the heretics. The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors. See, she's talking like her purity self, her purity for the Emperor. And at least the one thing I do kind of like about the sisters, even though they do, a lot of it is jargon to a certain extent. The one thing I do like about them is at least she understands what she meant, what the old woman meant. But she is kind of also somewhat basically punishing her and telling her, that still doesn't mean that was okay. You are in a very bad situation. You need to realize you need to give it up and admit that this was a fault and move back to serving the Emperor kind of thing. Also, another thing, during the assault on the Night Lord ship, a Night Lord Chaos Dreadnought fought to defend a slave to his last. Oh, no. Must have been pretty important. Must have been one of those that kind of runs more of the important things on the ship. So I feel like that is a thing, even as a servant of whether it be Imperium or Chaos. If you do have a somewhat important role, even as that servant, they will definitely keep you alive. The same reason why between Theodora and Kruger, or Krugen, the guy that turned to Zeech. She kept him around because, well, no, a random slave girl. Oh, well, maybe he was just remembering he had a kid one day, or I don't know. Could be, who knows what goes through the mind of a character at that point, especially when it's a writer kind of decision. You can speculate, but since we're not the writers, you know, only the writer knows what actually, you know, probably was the reason behind all that. Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. I think that dreadnought was from the heresy, meaning it was probably once loyal. Maybe it just saw a bit of itself from its young self. Who knows? It could be many things. Maybe it brought up memories. That could be. Alright. Let me finish reading this. Workers' presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and the threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive actions. So, alright, chat. We only have 2 left, and now I'm not sure if one of these is one or the other. I don't know if we can come back from 4 or 5. 5 is clearly ends the whole conversation and goes to the next step of the conversation. Do we ask about being attacked? Or do we let it lie? Ask? Alright. Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limits, and they're now lashing out. And as if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here. Like that one here in the lieutenant won't let pass. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who have had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Awareness test succeeded. Their words seem oh, thank God I have awareness. So that's a good way to know, at least game-wise, if they're telling you the truth. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and glances traded between them revel that the news of the attack has shocked them. Alright, so we're good. Because of the awareness test, we actually know that they are being genuine. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what we want. You to rein in your damned enforcers. To quit turning off the heat. And to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here. And we want, you want to be armed? See that? This old woman feels like I almost wonder if there is a heretic down here. It's her. Because it's like, why do you need to be armed? All you need to request is just tell them to stop being aggressive. Prove that they'll basically beg and say, give us a chance to prove that that was just one person, that we are loyal members of the Emperor. Asking to have guns is not an okay thing in this universe, in this situation. It's not. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if the cultists do show their faces. Tell them to keep the heat on, right? That's at least reasonable. Also, the sister would probably be behind that as well, because it wouldn't catch children in the crossfire. So, I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. Oh, you see, even one of the other ones was like, what? We don't fully agree with getting guns. We don't want to die. You've gone too far, old man. This woman's ruined it. Yeah, right? They were doing good. You can tell this guy is the one who's really trying to save everybody. He knows what the guards will do if he pushed too hard. And he knows that if they want to be even and get the rights that they did already have back as servants, to be light-footed. Because it's a big ordeal that even, in this case, lore-wise, the rogue trader coming down here personally, when he could have just said, let the Seneschal, aka Abelard, let the Death Squad do its thing. It's like, this old lady needs to realize you are walking barely on the ground that you even had to begin with, and now you're like, give me guns! This guy realizes it. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do you need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity and drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling, smart. See what I mean? If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies, and we'll talk to them. We'll talk to them, one lower deck to another. And if there are any more of those damned ambulants about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. Smart boy. You speak for yourself and your clan, and all I speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now. No, we will not. We'll promise you a last laser, old woman. That's really... Who does she think... What does she think she's going to win? This is also a little bit unbelievable as well about some of the things in the Warhammer universe. Unless you already have guns or chaos magic to shoot at me right now, what power does she really think she's doing with a full... I want to point out, let's look at this right side of the room. Right? A navigator, a psyker, a sister of battle, a warrior guardsman, which is what Abelard is, a soldier guardsman, heavy soldier guardsman, which is Farseer's character, the rogue trader, and then, you know, what I can tell is 5 guardsmen. Yeah, see, this is where I think this could have turned very scary. Because could you imagine the rogue trader? He was listening to you at first. He was trying to be reasonable. And then this one old woman just completely goes fully heretic on him. Thinking she could just literally bark orders in a world like this that's already kind of ordained. And this is just how it is, sadly. With no power to make that kind of change in the first place. If you have that kind of power, do it. Make that kind of change for your people. Make sure you're never treated terribly at all. That's real life. But if you don't, you're going to make it worse. You will literally just get people killed for your own pride. And so, that's literally, could you imagine the terrible fear that... Could you imagine if my rogue trader right now, he was reasonable at first, but then he just turns around and he just looks at Abelard and says, contact the nearest rogue trader ship for crew members. You know what's about. And then no other word, the guardsmen pull their lasers and start blasting. And it's like, you just killed your entire clan. Who cares about your clan now? If you actually cared about your clan, this old lady cared about her clan, she wouldn't be saying stuff like that. Because her clan's about to be erased. If she makes a gesture like that. And I do not mean just one. Her whole clan will probably be erased. There would be nothing left of her bloodline. So that in its own right, this old woman is a very selfish person. She's not fighting for anybody. She's fighting for herself. Because even in bad or good situation, this is an empty, terrible way to make change. Because all you're going to do is just get more people hurt because your pride is hurt. Which is, that's almost even in a message in certain things today that are pushed maybe overbearingly a little bit. And it's like, the other clans will hand them over to the... Yeah, exactly. It's like, which is probably the smarter thing. They'll say, no, we're not getting in the middle of that. If they knew that we were about to pull the gun, I bet you the other guy would go, wait. Please, your Lord Captain, spare us and we'll hand over her clan entirely to you. That would be his last option. And who cares how bad she begs and pleads? That's his only option for the rest of the clan's survival. Is let her clan die. And then maybe she won't be so, as she fades out, maybe she'll realize, yeah, you didn't really have anything to play with right there, and all you did was get your entire family killed. So, you lost. You didn't prove anything, you didn't win anything, and you didn't convince anybody. So, but, either way. Alright, let's read this. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now. But as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before. All because we dared to speak out. If you want to live, then you better... The Imperium has a lot of replacement crew and servitors are a thing. Ooh, okay. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a vague noise of approval. Woo! Okay, so we don't have to always talk with that person. So we have a 90% chance to use coercion. Also, she's got a coercion skill. Purple, chat. Purple. She's seducing their mind into the idea of not, spreading chaos. Okay, let's read all of these then. We could ask Abelard as well if we want. Fine, I'll give the order for the enforcers to be withdrawn from this sector and you will be given... So that's the full end. You have failed to convince me of your trustworthiness. This unrest ends now. Ooh, yep, that's the answer that I just said. Ooh, you know what sucks? I either have to completely end it or completely give in. That is the answer he would have probably realistically given, is that one if it was a true commissar. We do, because of our beautiful lady in purple, have a third option though. Should we ask Abelard or should we go for cohesion? I don't know if this will still be here after talking to Abelard. I don't know if it'll fully just give me these two only. So let's see what it says. So her coercion is, spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be, oh, she's the answer that would help save the clans. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. That's a leader answer. Hell, wow. Glad we have her. Glad we got her before this happened. We wouldn't have had her for this. Ask because I killed them all. The story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up the heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want, even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity. That does not mean that they are not tainted with corruption. He's not wrong on that either, since the way chaos does kind of work that way. Alright, chat. What is their fate? Do we give them weapons? Do we fail in being convinced and just end this the hard way? Which that's probably why my party's here. You know why I brought my party with me? Not only for conversation, but I bet you the navigator speech. Let's see if it works. Succeeded! The tall worker they call Ribbit shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old man, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concession. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader. Let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. The three clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against the old woman. But I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against two clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. The voices of reason won. That's great, just fantastic, Lord Captain. We're all agreed. Okay, so then it's decided the persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship will root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers will. We'll leave no stone unturned. Nice. I do love these events. These events are fun. Like, this is a good way to truly explore your ship, find out things about it.
By the blood of martyrs.
Oh. Tech use 100%.
I rise above hardships.
The gouge shows that the steam pressure as the pipe is close to maximum. However,
let the faith guide
did I
my
fix
path
that?
to glory.
I don't know what I just did, chat. It was a 100% chance, so I guess it was okay. The page is where it starts. Each shift is marked where the last mark is missing. The workers went on strike.
The divine watches over us.
The heat sink warms the air around into a scorching temperature. This is the warmest part of the bay. The workers have been even dragged deck chairs here. Ha! They're just sitting here chilling. Oh, it's another valve.
To the end.
Nothing happened. Perhaps turning a different valve will work. Alright. I don't so did
know
my
your duty.
Did that 100% one fail? Do what? Is there another valve somewhere?
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Is there another valve? Lower deck rabble. It's an honor.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Oh, okay. Nothing happened. Perhaps returning a different valve will work. Okay, you? This is like some sort of pattern.
Over us.
Oh, by the way, you killed that old hag's clan in another event. Ah. Especially probably now. But luckily now the other decks will know. A container seems to be beyond massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you. Okay. I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Oh, what's happening, Abelard? Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencius? Woo, be careful, Abelard. could blame him. Ooh. So this decides whether I keep Abelard as a friend, in a way. There is some truth to his criticisms. I almost wonder if I go halfway with it. He's not wrong, because now that lady, crazy hag lady, definitely is going to try to be the mother of Stankia of this boat and end up bringing in worse things. But it'll only be her. So which one should I go with, chat? Should I go with kind of acknowledging his criticisms? I assume that would keep him kind of, hey. I feel like this is not a simple answer. If he was asking me this in real life, I'd give him a better answer than this. Like, the acknowledgement would be more than just there's some truth to your criticism. I would say that first, and then I'd let him then be like, but I'd rather one disloyal small pack of dogs who will be erased under the boot, basically a way to say it Imperium-wise, than us have a whole rabble that we have to constantly keep replacing when we are low on crew already. Because under a normal Imperium rule, yeah, the safer option probably would be just let do what he was going to do. Well, as the game in the beginning kind of portrays story-wise, we don't have hardly any crew as it is, and no way to replenish it right now, either. Like, we have no true way to replenish our crew right now, not easily. So technically, just going around and massacring whole floors isn't a good idea at the moment. We have no contact with anybody that could give us replacements at the moment. So that would have been a terrible decision in a way. That means even less manpower. Several whole clans from one whole depot destroyed. So, but I am going to acknowledge it though. I should say so. You simply needed to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember, Lord, Captain Theodora, do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? Yeah, see, that's different between me and her, though. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she would not have wound up dead. That's a good point, too. There's a new Lord Captain aboard this ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. I would be only too willing to trust the Seneschal, and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation has spiraled out of your control, Abelard. Give me a reason why I should continue listening to your advice. So this one, okay. This top one is a bit aggressive, but it does make a point. Someone very much she knew killed her. Part of me even wonders if it even could have been Abelard or Idria or who knows. Because according to even Krugen, the guy who turned the Zeech, even he didn't know she was dead. He had planned on making her, basically her final hours, very, very much worse. So even he was disappointed by finding out she was dead, so he didn't kill her. So it does beg the question, we still don't know who killed Theodora. Could be one of my own crew. One of the officers. Could be Abelard. So what now? What's next, chat? Kind of press and remind him of Theodora's mistake? Say I would be all too willing to trust in Seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation spiraled out of his control? Because that's not untrue either. And then this is just end your friendship with Abelard completely and he starts distrusting you entirely. So the safest answer is 2, right? Well, you gotta say a number, Foster. Which one do you want? I think the safest answer is probably 2. This punches his pride pretty hard. Because this is also a kind of an insult to Abelard, this top one. Because Abelard's supposed to be able to protect her, right? He is the Seneschal. The one in charge of all the things going on in the ship in these kinds of ways. So her dying is kind of a direct front to his failure. So this at least keeps his honor, I feel like, intact. I could be wrong. The wording in this game is a bit odd sometimes. This keeps his honor intact, but allows us to kind of show him that was out of your control, and you know it was. 2. Gotcha. You're right, at least as it concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of Von Valencia's protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of a true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I had come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods, to distant frontiers on scouting voyages. An advancement of the entire protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly everything that had been built over the years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed. And who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty bound to aid the rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out on a ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess. Interesting choice of words. 2 requirements. Alright, so now we've got, once again, Theodora entrusted in established procedures and she died. I won't make the same mistake if you want to keep building the future of the Von Valencia's protectorate with me. Stop living in the past. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in a new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where I have new decisions to make. That one seems harsher than even that one. The prosperity of Von Valencia's protectorate is just as important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run on this ship. I think in the future I will follow your recommendations. Oh, what? There's a lot of choices on this one. I value what Theodora created, and I trust that the situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operations. Since the established procedures are working, I see no reason to change them. I have seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment. These all seem harsh. See, I don't necessarily want to follow his recommendation. See, I wish there was See, that's not a normal answer. Tell him I follow regulations as well. But you also need to remember, Abelard, we are in a desperate situation where the normal procedures will be just as much of a a deficit to us as not. I'm not saying I'm not telling anyone to be heretics or anything like that. 3 and 4 are the friend answers. You think? And I trust that this situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operation. Since the established procedures are working, I see no Reason to change them. I'm gonna go with this one. I don't want to just follow his recommendations. Abelard dips his head in a sign of assent. The shadow of an incredible strain, which eventually had been wearing on him for some time, finally lifts from his face. I am glad to see you value in the foundations laid down by your illustrious predecessor. Why fix what isn't broken? As for me, I shall endeavor not to cause you any further concertations, Lord Captain. That's a good middle ground, I feel like. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. Dark echelons. Okay.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Oh, it's just us now. The others left. Alright, let's figure out this valve thing. Nothing perhaps...
Know your duty.
What the heck? There's a valve down there. I love to see how they live on the upper decks, even just once. These guys had perks that we would have had to fight them.
By the blood of martyrs.
I was born in this sector and it looks like I'll die here.
Over us.
Inside the box are a string of scratched letters, runs along the edge, different first names, but the same surname. It looks like the box has been passed down from family, generation to generation.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Nothing happens, perhaps turning a different valve. Nothing happens, but perhaps turning a different valve. How do I know what valve I need to turn?
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
How many freaking valves are in this place? The valve is probably a choice you get if you choose the guns blazing, not taking answers. Not talking answers. Maybe?
With each step, I forge my destiny.
But why is it
among
still
the
marked then?
stars.
Shouldn't it not be marked anymore? No, that one worked. So it's a certain order. But does
Let
it
us
restart
walk
every
this
time? Let's
path
see.
to the end.
Ah, it's a certain order. We have to guess. So it's not this one. Let's check the ones in this room first. I wonder if I have to do it based on the
Know
steam
your
coming out of it.
duty.
Nope, that reset it. Okay. I want to figure this out because this is interesting.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Let the faith
I like how it
guide
says
my
perhaps
path to glory.
examining the... What does it mean by examining? Was there another button to do an examination? Is that a thing? That must be a tech priest thing or something, like a skill a tech priest can use.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Alright, let me reset it real quick. Okay, do that.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
So it's not that one over there we know now. We tried that one, let's try this one. Nope.
Know your duty.
Or maybe not. Maybe it's just giving me flavor text, it's not popping up. But
The
see,
divine watches over us.
that was making a different noise. That was making that noise, but this one... I think I know. I have to go by sound.
We are bound
So this
by the
one?
blood of martyrs.
Okay, so that one made a sound properly. Now what about this one? Nope. Let's reset it.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I think we have to go by the ones that sound like they're turning.
With each step, I forge my destiny.
So it's that one, the one in the room. Let's try this one now. Nope. I love the weird Resident Evil secret puzzles are in this game.
Know your duty.
So now we gotta go try this one. That one turned. Okay. Oh, the chat, I hope you help me remember this. This is gonna be a pain in the butt. So you, the one on the bottom floor in the front, the one next to the center stairs. Let's try this one. Nope, and that reset it. Alright, let's go back.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Okay, done. Now down here.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I think the puzzle does nothing. We're gonna see if it does. I'm gonna try to find each one so we know what it is. Then it's this one.
Let us walk this path to the end.
I think it's to get that item inside the bars. Something tells me I have to somehow blow the bars open, maybe, perhaps. Alright, so we know that's the third one. Let's try this one now. Nope.
Know your duty.
Because we did something with our tech priest thing that was 100%. Now let's go try the one that's down here, over here. Nope, that reset it.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I think it's to get whatever that item is. I guarantee it. There's probably other ways to get it too, but this is probably one of them.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Navigator asks for 100 species of birds. Now we can do that. That seems simple enough.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Okay. It's not that valve. It's not that valve. Is there one over here?
Know your duty.
No. So let's try the one on the far right side. The one up here. Okay, so it's that one. So the blue one.
The divine watches over us.
Alright, now we gotta start process of elimination again. I gotta go down and do this one down here. Nope.
We are bound.
I will be sad if just don't do anything. That's not what I want to do. There we go. But something tells me it has to do with that item.
Let the faith guide my path to glory. Let us walk this path to the end.
Wait, this one's done. Oh, okay, so now this is the actual order. So once you can't turn it anymore, you've done the right one. So we're looking for another one that stops.
Among the stars.
Oh! Okay, hold on. Does that reset the whole thing, though? It doesn't.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
So we're looking for the ones that are going away. Nope.
The divine watches
That one didn't go away.
Us.
So okay, so it's not what I thought, but we are on the right track. Is it this one now? Oh, it is! It's working, chat! We're figuring it out.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Not that one. Okay. Working, chat. did it! We did it!
Let us walk this path to the end.
100%.
Accomplished.
Is that grenades? Force grenade 3. And a crack grenade. Nice. Yo, we did it, chat!
By the blood of martyrs.
See, I knew that was something. Never, never, never. In these kinds of games, if there's something it's still allowing you to interact with, there's still something you can do. That's a rule of thumb with games like this. All that for grenades. Grenades are really OP in this game, to be fair, to a certain extent. I'm just glad that that was it and we figured it out. Yeah. Oh, now we can actually read this again. However, it does not reach the bars at the other end. Ah.
The divine watches over us.
So that's how we figured out how to do that. Now we can leave. Not even a melta. Man, it would have been nice if it did give us a melta. A cool little, like, energy shotgun.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
But you know. But the more resources we have, and grenades will be really good for killing snipers, since we're going up against snipers. So that's almost an accidental... Oh yeah, no melter grenades either. There wasn't any of those either. But it is nice that the game's kind of going, oh, well, if you really look for certain things, we kind of got lucky RNG-wise there that happened first. So now we have some grenades we can equip and toss onto some snipers if we need to. Alright, I'm going to make a secondary save now. Actually, let's do our level ups first. Gonna need that for the big boy. Exactly. And then maybe that's a good way to kind of... Whoa. I'm getting a +5 from everything right now. What the hell's happening? Okay, next. For the next basic attack against target affected by an exploit, that target's cover efficiency will be reduced by -5 per bonus stack of exploit percentage by perception. Oh yeah, that's going to be very difficult. Until the operative's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal intelligence bonus more damage. Ooh, that's cool. Perfect spot. While in cover, the operative gains plus 25% cover efficiency plus 15 perception. Ooh! Intimidation. The operative's next non-area attack inflicts the intimidated effect on the first target hit by the attack and all enemies in a 5-cell radius around that target. The damage dealt by intimidated enemies is reduced by -2 times perception bonus percentage until the operative's next turn. This negative effect is... I need to see it. No. No, no. I need to read it. How do I read it? There we go. The negative effect is double for enemies with less than 3 times the intelligence bonus of the character. And then tactical knowledge. All enemies within the area of effects within a 10-cell radius. Oh, wow. Tech Priest dealt the most damage to him. Okay, good to know. The operative removes 1 exploit from each enemy in a 5-cell radius around a point within 10 cells from the operative. If there is only 1 enemy in that area, the operative removes all exploit stacks from that enemy. All allies gain plus 2 times the number of removed exploits in armor until the end of combat. If 4 or more exploits are removed, the operatives gain plus number of removed exploits damage until the end of combat. Sister dealt the least. That's kind of sad and weird. So, I target this on an enemy, and within 5 cells around that enemy, it removes an exploit from each of those. Cell radius around a 10-point cell of where you targeted from the operative's location. If there is only one enemy, it takes all of them from that one. And then all allies gain based on the remove. That's actually pretty good. We actually might want that then. Because if we are going to go against a Chaos Space Marine, since I do have the luxury of getting to know that ahead of time, because of what you've told me, Farseer, that actually seems really good. That seems like a very smart, like, this would allow us to survive better. We'll take less damage from it if we do something like this. Because then I can just stack exploits on him and then use tactical knowledge to remove them, giving us more armor to keep alive. It's either that. It would be either that or joint analysis, I feel like. I feel like going against a Chaos Space Marine with a sniper in this case, as much as I want perfect spot, I don't know if this is going to give us enough oomph to kill it before it does any real damage. Whereas I feel that gives us survivability, and this makes us all hit him harder overall. Oh, he deals a lot of damage. So that's what I'm thinking. So what do you think? Tankiness? Make the whole squad hit him a little harder? Or make Darius just go ham with his sniper behind cover? You can also do that and then intimidate him. But both range and melee damage. So both. So we need to do joint analysis then. Until the operative's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal intelligence bonus more damage. So based on their intelligence, which I think we have a pretty decent intelligent crew. It's not going to be perfect, but oh, he deals both. Okay, well, that's not what I'm worried about. I already kind of anticipated that kind of things. What I'm asking is, what do y'all think? Should we make the team hit harder as a whole? Make Darius hit harder? Or make the team tankier, where they can survive a little bit better? Based on the exploits that we remove from the target. What are the options, Chad? What do y'all want to do? We are going to wrap this up a little earlier tonight. We're going to try and go do some tech priest. The story parts in this game take a long time, especially with me letting y'all decide. Team hit harder because you need to kill him before you have traitors all around you. So team hit harder. So we want joint analysis. And then here, whoa, what is giving me a -5 and everything right now? Am I injured or something? What the hell is giving me this problem? Strange. Logic is the higher. Awareness is ridiculous for him now. Maybe make the logic higher as well. Tech use is already pretty high. What do y'all think, Chat? More logical now, more tech use from him, which I don't think that's a point. I think we can ignore that because of the tech priest we're going to get. So more logical, make him even more crazily aware of everything. Give him a bit more Medicaid training, more lore Imperium training, or teach him some more lore Xeno. Also, you might get wounded before fighting him because they throw a lot of enemies at you before then. I'm trying to figure out why I have a -5 trait going on now. Wonder what's giving me this. But what do y'all think? More Imperium in knowledge, Xeno knowledge, Medicare training, like Medicaid, get some medicine in there. Make him even more aware than he already is. He's already an 80 in awareness. And that's with the -5. Or make him more logical. Max out that logical up to a 68. Bringing it up as high as the lore Imperium and the tech use. Medic, because the tech priest will handle the tech and logic. The only thing is, how do I make him able to use Medicaid kits? What is it? What perk lets him use them? Because as it stands right now, I'm pretty sure he can't use those. We're gonna come back to this real quick. Because here's my other thing, my only issue with going Medicaid with him, and it's something I haven't figured out how you determine. Because, where is it? So, okay. Okay, yeah, there we go. You see how he cannot equip this? He can't equip these Medicaid bags. So it's a trait I have to teach him to use. But we haven't got that trait up until now, so I don't think Medicaid would actually be good. Now, I do agree with at least the tech part. Logic isn't just tech, though. I don't know if we should go that. You say lore Imperium? So first, let's get joint analysis back. This does make his rational arguments more believable. I like that we can't freaking see the rest of that. Why won't you let me go down? That sucks. I just wanted to see what it would do. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. So that's gonna bring him to a... Oh, there's something going on that's interesting. Weird. This is changing all of these. Oh, I wonder if it's choice-based as it changes certain stats that way. We're gonna go lore Imperium then to keep it going, like Farseer said. Yeah, see, they all dropped a little bit. Look how high the lore Imperium one is. He's got 75 Imperium knowledge. Alright, Cassia, your next upgrade. Woo, my god, you have a lot of abilities. Okay, well, this is gonna take a second. Glimpse of Fate, target gains +5 or +5 times Navigator's willpower bonus, which is, yeah, high. Percent increased hit chance on their next attack, dodge on their next dodge, and resistance on their next resistance test. Oh, wow. Each of these bonuses disappears independently from each other after being successfully applied. Can't do that. Mend reality! Navigator decreases veil degradation by willpower bonus points. All allies gain willpower bonus deflection against all warp damage and damage from psychic powers until the end of the Navigator's turn. The target ally gains +4 times Navigator's willpower bonus to their willpower and toughness until the end of turn. You might be, girl, my only way to give me some tankiness. Held in my gaze. The Navigator deals from 1 + 2 times willpower damage to 6 + 4 times willpower damage bonus to an enemy. That enemy must pass a willpower resistance test or become immobilized until the start of the Navigator's next turn. Immobilized targets do not regain movement points at the beginning of their turn. Ooh! Ooh! That's 6 + 4 times her will bonus? She's a freaking 60! That actually might do some damage. Depending on the willpower stat of the Chaos Marine. Waking Nightmare. All enemies within a 4-cell radius suffer a -10 + 2 times the Navigator's willpower bonus penalty to their willpower and toughness. That also is good because that weakens him. Warp Curse Unleashed. Interesting. Why is it I can't use this? Oh, it requires Waking Nightmare or Held in My Gaze. Oh, okay. So what does this do? The enemy becomes cursed until the end of combat. Cursed, all incoming warp damage is increased by... Whoa! We can't get that for this fight, because I don't think she leveled up enough to get two levels out of that. What the holy hell? Notch of Purpose. The Navigator designates a square. The enemy closest to that square immediately moves up to 4 cells towards it. If multiple enemies are in the same distance from that point, all of them move. And the targets move even if they are stunned or immobilized. Point of Courtesy. Notch of Purpose or Zone of Fear. All enemies in a 6-cell radius around the target point must pass a willpower resistance test or immediately move 3 cells towards that point. The targets move... Okay, same thing as the other one. It's just now it's based on willpower. Spot of Apathy. The Navigator creates a circle with a 3-cell radius. Any creature that is inside this or enters it or ends their turn inside of it, not under the effect of apathy, makes a willpower resistance test. Failure applies apathy effect to the creature, which is... The target is immobilized. After 1 round passes under the effect of apathy, the target must make a willpower resistance test. Success removes the apathy. Failure stuns the creature for another round. Oh, that's crazy. Let's see. For another round. For 1 round. Removes apathy and makes the creature immune to further effects of Spot of Apathy until the end of combat. So you can only do this once. And there's a lot of RNG based on it. All units in the 3x3 zone must pass a willpower resistance test or immediately move out of the zone, even if they are stunned or immobilized. This movement triggers attacks of opportunity. from the navigator's allies that have passed the test or are outside the zone. Touch of Anger. All enemies in 1 cell radius around the target point must pass a willpower resistance test. Those who fail it, even if they are stunned or immobilized, immediately gain an extra turn where they attack their allies. Ooh. Every time, that would be kind of brilliant. We could get that now. Every time an enemy becomes the target of this navigator's power, every time an enemy becomes the target of this navigator power, again during the same combat, they gain a stackable plus 20 bonus to willpower resistance tests. So we only once again can use it really safely once. And that's it. Okay, what do you think, Seth? What do you think, chat? I feel like Held in My Gaze was one of the better choices, but a couple of them are really good, depending on what we do. So, I guess this is a simpler question. Do we make her buff people for tankiness, or do we just double dip into trying to kill it as fast as possible? Make her a broken white mage. So we want to make her defend people. Is that what you're saying? It's like we want her to increase defenses. Because we could make her make people do more damage to things. But you said white mage, so that would be this. Revel in the Light would probably be a good one, because then I can put someone as a distraction for the Marine and buff them with this. And they would be more of a chance, especially since it's based on her willpower, they actually would get quite a substantial toughness bonus. We may have to save that fight for next episode, though. Most likely this coming week, because I think my mom is back, and I don't want to eat too late tonight. It is getting late, and I have a bad habit. This stream going for like 4 hours straight. Also, Zeech demons are lore accurate in their BS. That makes sense. So, alright, final decision. White mage, buff enemies. Black mage, curse enemies. Or not buff enemies, sorry. White mage, buff allies. Black mage, curse enemies. In my corruption playthrough, if we keep her around, we're making her a curse for sure. She's definitely going to be doing a lot of these. Like a lot of these really aggressive ones. White mage, so let's see which one's better. Revel in the Light, which one's better here? The target gains plus 5 times Navigator's willpower bonus, increased hit chance on their next attack, dodge on their next dodge, and resistance on their next resistance test. Each of these bonuses disappear independently from each other, so both of these are good. Which do I want? He's got aimbot. I don't know if this would help with dodging. I don't think we can dodge, I assume, his attacks. Maybe we can. I don't know. But I feel like since I'm not certain, this is not the safer option. This is. Everyone has toughness. Toughness is a flat stat. So, I'm going to go Revel in the Light. For white mage buffing, and then let's go... Is there a willpower one? We can't. You already have this feature one. You already have this feature once. Isn't her other stuff based on fellowship? Hold on. Yep. Yep, okay, so I know what I want. Oh, well, we could make her better at this. What's her warp knowledge? Could be better. Alright, chat, so warp knowledge, or should I give her some, or fellowship? Fellowship, once again, plays into full white mage. If we're going full white mage right now for this battle, we need to do fellowship. Which is characteristic training. Oh. Excuse me, sorry. Also, something I want to look at while we're here. This is what we need. You see this right here? This is how we use medikits. This must teach you on how to use a medikit as a character. Not Grenadier. Oh, wow. Wow. Didn't know these were down here. What in the world? Ooh! 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 Now that, no, that might be better than even teaching her fellowship. That means that every time I use that buff, they're going to get another 10% armor on top of the toughness. This additional armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation to a minimum of 0% and increased by the infusing of currently equipped navigator staffs. That's also getting a bonus from my staff. So one of these staffs has infusion on it. That actually might be the best one. I think we're gonna go with that. That's gonna give her like full white mage capabilities. We're gonna go through and level everybody up. Alright, Farser's already... Wait, why can't you get agility? I guess because you're a medium. We could get your ballistic skill up to 45. She's getting a bonus. These are where all the bonuses are coming from for her perception. There has been no fights in this episode. Yeah, sadly there hasn't been. This game is lore heavy. There's going to be episodes where there might not be fights just because of this. There's just so much to do. I'm going to go with ballistic skill, and let's go with... We're giving you a last gun, right? Yeah, we're going to let you keep the last rifle. So let's give you... First, I want to see what the things at the bottom have first. Shoulder to shoulder. That's the same thing as up there. That's pretty good. Okay. that one's nice. Ooh. That's really good. Ooh, there's a lot of these that are good. No heresy. Imperial World characters gain plus 10% critical hit chance and plus 10% armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. Does that count for a Chaos Warrior, though? That seems pretty good. Doing my part. Better to die for the Emperor. It doesn't, so we don't want that. Ready to serve. That's not bad either. But it'll help later. Yeah, but we'll get another slot of these in the next level up. These little star slots are very common. So these are the ones we can play around with a little bit more. It's the ones with the books and the shields and stuff. Those come up less often. You want to pick and choose depending on what you're trying to do. I think in this case, hello, I'm about to wrap it up. I'll be in here in a minute. Can you light my candle while you're in here, please? I blew it out just to conserve it. But let's see. It was Field of Fire, right? Well, let me look at our regimental tactics real quick. That's this, right? Firearm Mastery. Rebel in the Slaughter. So this. So wait, what's a regimental tactic? How do I know? Do I not have that skill? I don't know if I have that skill. I actually don't know if I have that skill. Is that it? Hold on. Is that something so... We went with ballistic. Let's go back for a second. I need to quit this for a second. I need to look at somebody. Is that something my commander is doing? Also, certain terms in this game I don't quite understand, so I'm not quite sure what it means by regimental tactics. Are you one of those? Bring it down. Finest hour. Voice of command. I went with a different one, you. What is yours? Entrench. What about you? Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I gotta go out now. I messed up the menu. Uh-oh. Excuse me? What? Hold on one second. What the hell just happened? Oh, there we go. What the hell? That was weird. That was weird. I lagged it out somehow. Alright, I think we'll go... We're gonna go feel the fire, but I'm not sure if this is actually gonna work, because I don't know what a regimental tactic means. I wish you could look at abilities and kind of see what they mean. That's why a lot of this is experimentation, because I don't know, is that what this is considered? That's not what I wanted. Damn it. So I don't know what any of these symbols up here mean. There's no R3 button to tell me what that is. I don't know. I do really wish there was a little bit more of a way to know that. But let's give Feel the Fire. We'll figure it out. No, hold on. Nah, let's just give it last weapon expert so she can get better with her last guns. I'm just gonna change it for now. I'll give Feel the Fire to the sister since she's already about rate of fire anyways. Just seems safer that way. And then we'll go for the Chaos one that's for Damon's the next upgrade for Farseer. Alright. Already have this feature yet. So in your case, let's give her a bit of a willpower upgrade. That way she's at least 40 with her willpower. Well, we could give her bolt weapon expert as well. What is this? Ooh, armor penetration. No, do that. Because the Chaos Warrior Space Marine's going to have a buttload of armor. So we'll keep Field of Fire for later. We need to set up for our future opponent. And then here. Psi rating percentage. What the hell is psi rating? Oh, wait. Their dodge chance cannot be less than the Psyker's perception. You give me a psi rating, but I don't know where that is. Is that what PR1 is? Maybe, actually. No one else has that. That must be her psi rating, so it's a 1. That's not great. So, it creates an area that lasts until the start of the net Psyker's next turn. All allies within the area gain +4 + 2 times the Psyker's, which would still be 2, because it's 1. The Psyker's rating, percentage dodge. Their dodge chance cannot be low. Okay. So, hold on then. Dominate. What does that do? The target must pass a willpower resistance test with a -5 times the psi rating. So it's a 5 once again because it's times 1. Penalty. Or at the next turn, they will spend all their movements once to move as close as possible towards the Psyker. I don't know if I want that. Not for what I'd be using it on. That'd be good for cannon fodder, but I don't know if I want to make a Chaos Marine run straight at my Psyker. Sensory deprivation. The target makes a willpower resistance test. If it succeeds, the target is merely blinded until the start of the Psyker's next turn. If the target fails the test, they become blinded and suffer an additional -5 times the psi rating, once again 5, penalty to all characteristics. He would one-shot her, he would. Maybe sensory deprivation. We could blind him. Do you remember what the will... Did you check it, Farseer? Do you remember what the willpower stat of that Chaos Marine was? I guess I should ask, even though this kind of spoils it. What house was it? If it's a Zeech Chaos Marine, willpower is going to be high as hell. Which means what I did with what's-her-name ain't going to work. I should have thought about that. Oh well. If it's anything that's not Zeech, I have a better chance. Literally other than Zeech Chaos Boys. I feel like their willpower stat in this game's not going to be as high. Not as high as what's going to be using it. What is hers? 60 as well. No, I didn't have her on my team because the Inquisitor was better for the job. Yeah, but I know you didn't have her, but that still affects Cassia. All those little white mage things we did are based on willpower tests. So if that's a Zeech Marine, her passives are going to do us no good now that we chose. Because it means his willpower will be too high. The Chaos Marine's willpower will be way too high. None of my stuff worked. Yeah, but you might not have been going willpower with that. That's why I need to know, is it a Zeech Marine? If not, then I think we're okay. If it's a Zeech Marine, I'm in trouble. We don't want to do this if that's the case. We don't want no willpower resistance tests. If it's a Zeech demon. Biomancy focuses on manipulating living flesh and biological processes. What? My willpower. Well, what number was the willpower? You say high, but what was the number? I need a number. If you clearly you must have known what the number is then. You must have saw it. Word bearers are no joke in that department. Maybe then. But I don't know. Maybe that's looking too hard into it. I don't know. I feel like I don't think they go just faction alone based kind of stat wise. I think it would be based more around the Pantheon. So if he's not a Zeech, I'm trying to see, is it above 60? Is it higher than both of my Psyker types? If it's not, then they're going to be our biggest bet in this fight. If it is higher, then the best bet is physical damage. Which means that I need to... this must give me other abilities. Santic powers. So you had yours on easier. I think mine's on normal. I don't think that has anything to do with the stats. Well, at least not as far as individual faction stats or Marine, depending on what it is. I don't know what to give her. I want to blind it, but if its willpower's too good, this is freaking pointless and a waste of my time. So 65, that is higher. That is higher. I don't care about the other opponents. You gotta realize, as far as you're like, there's nothing so far I don't think that's gonna actually give us any trouble except him. As long as I play my strategy right, that's the only real opponent in this situation. We plan for the big boy. You don't plan for the little ones. The little ones are you plan around what you already built as a squad to deal with them. That comes down to whether your tactics are good or not. And you actually know how to use your characters. But as far as what you're fighting the main group, because you could kill all the people in the damn room and he just one-shots all of your dudes because you didn't build for him properly. That's kind of how these games play. Especially turn-based ones. They are very cruel in that aspect. I learned that from XCOM. You build for what the biggest freaking threat on the map's gonna be, not for everything else. So in this case, Chaos Marine. So, and I kind of figured we were going to come across one at some point, but now at least I get to know they're kind of overpowered, which they should be. She doesn't have too many unless I give her a whole new psychic ability. So I'm going to let y'all vote, chat. This may be careful to vote on this one, because this may make or break us depending on this fight. When we do this fight next episode. Should I turn her into a very specific psyker, meaning going Sanctic Powers, Pyromancy, or Biomancy? Should I do one of those three things, since we're not sure what we're doing and what we're up against, at least stat-wise for sure? Or should I take the chance and go for sensory deprivation? Should I go sensory deprivation and see if I can blind him? And what do you mean not next episode? It will be the next episode. I hope you know we're not going to be able to do another fight. There is no more fights happening tonight. It's too late for that, chat. If I start another path right now, it'll be 11 and 12 before I get done. And I have not eaten, and I have to take in consideration. You got to fight a whole lot of stuff in boss before you even see that. Oh no, that'll be next episode. Once we actually start the path there, that's faster than all of this. We're taking and wasting more time doing this and talking about this than the actual missions. So, what do y'all think, chat? Take the chance at blinding it and hope the willpower test isn't too good? And that maybe you might have had that number a little high? And hopefully it's wrong? Take that chance? Or do we guarantee the fact that it probably is some sort of heavy willpower space Chaos Marine, and we give her one of these? Because even though I am enjoying this playthrough, I will say if this was my playthrough and we were doing the Chaos ones, we would be moving much faster because I wouldn't be asking you or any of you guys on the chat. I just take flat damage. Oh, well. Well, she doesn't have a flat damage, Farseer. That's not a choice. Unless Pyromancy leads to that. We got what we got as a choice here that I've shown already. Biomancy. Ardnot, do you have Cassia? I do have Cassia, yes. Also, welcome, greatest Shamer or Shamer or Shamer? Probably Shamer. Yes, I do have Cassia. Not Cassia. Cassia's held in my gaze ability is pretty good. See, Farseer, sometimes I wonder if you truly know the stats of what you're facing. Also, if you talk to the Factorum on the Void ship, you can respec. Oh, really? So I might have to change that then. So that means that maybe the willpower tests are weak against that Marine. Also, thank you for that, greatest Shamer. Or Shamer. I'm actually not sure. If I'm saying your name wrong, forgive me. Shoot, and I built the wrong one. We would have to respec if that's the case. I went tankier on that instead of in her gaze. I thought about grabbing that too when I looked at it. Part of me thought that was the better damage option, but I wasn't sure if the willpower would be too strong. I take it you got up to the wait a minute. I take it you got up to the Space Marine. No, not yet. In my defense, I killed it with kamikaze grenades. No, we haven't got there yet. I'm kind of basing this on someone else that has witnessed that terror. I was trying to see what its willpower stat was so I could decide if going a willpower heavy build and breaking its mind if it's not that kind of Chaos Marine. Which now it seems that that's what I should have done. But that being said, that means this is the better choice. That means sensory deprivation is what we want because we can blind him. But I may have to go back and redo Cassia. Who knows? Maybe the tanky route still could win. We might just keep it and let fate decide. But you're already at 41. Yeah, I'm in the middle of respecting my character and my party. I'd give Cassia willpower. I'd give Cassia willpower twice and get ahead of the gate and get a hold of. Oh, get held in my gaze. Yeah, I've been doing willpower right, just not her. I don't think I did that part right. Okay. We're gonna go warp. I'm gonna max out the warp intelligence on Idria. So I'll just cast the other. He killed it faster. Oh, did Darius win that battle quickly? That's cool. But also, thanks for your tips there, Grey Shamer. I will definitely do that, most likely. Now that I know willpower is what we need in this fight, I do think that's what we want. Alright. So, I need to go. Let's do everyone else's and we'll go respec Cassia. Oh, wrong side. 40. His toughness is already 55. At Ardna, you can also pick up a plasma rifle on the bridge next to the turret near the starport. Near the starport, it's on a corpse on the bridge. All right, I'll look for that after this. Thank you for that. Let's see. Let's give him more weapon skills since he's my melee for now until we get a better one. This should be right because he is a chainsword wielder. And complete. I think that's good. We already upgraded our main character. Cassia, I gotta respec you. Farseer should be good. Argento should be good. Edar, not. No, it only appears when you do the celebration thing where if you go to the spaceport, the Space Marine is there. It's not just, wait, hold on. If you do the celebration thing where if you go to the spaceport, the Space Marine is there and it's not just around. Well, we haven't done the Space Marine thing fully yet, though. So I'll have to remember I have to do some sort of celebration to get that rifle or plasma gun. Gotcha. It's the Chapter 1 final boss. So we might not get to it in next episode, but we'll see. Alright, so what did... Yeah, let me go talk to... Oh god. I had to get my bearings so I have it what angle I'm at right now. That's the wrong way. Oh, where'd it go? I always forget where everybody stands in here. Wait, where? There it is. Huh? That's a thing, okay, we're gonna do that. It will be done, your lordship. Let me do that real quick. I will show your sparring chambers at once. So is that what I need? Cassia. Are you sure you want to reset all progress? All progress? Oh, no. Oh, well, I do have a save before all this. Darn it. I'm just going to have to deal with that. This isn't going to be our main playthrough. This is to make mistakes anyways and have fun with it. So we're just going to leave that mistake as is. Is it at R dot if you press M? Well, I'm on console. I'm not on PC. If you press M in the void ship, map comes up and you can scroll over the icons to see where everyone is. Really? I'm going to cancel that. But I do want to see that. I'll do that on the PlayStation version. Ah. I see. I still see what they mean though. I just had to pull up the map on the PlayStation one. That's at least easier than trying to find out what everybody's doing and where they are. Also, I forgot you can zoom in. All right, so we'll just leave that mistake as is. It is 9:22. I want to do another fight tonight, but we're not going to be able to do one or do a proper fight. Maybe I should have turned on the lower deck so we could have had a fight just for the heck of it. But we are going to be prepped and ready to save our tech priest next episode. We'll have to do a part 2 of this. I'll do it tomorrow early or after me and James's co-op stream on either Total War or Age of Wonders. Question, did you win over Cassia with those down bad simp answers? Yeah, because some of the answers we actually got away with was a little weird. I was like, she accepted that as an okay answer? What? Like, she didn't just melt me into oblivion, what? But let's look at our destinations real quick. On the map, see where it left us. I want to travel there, but you know it's going to trigger another cutscene. This game's very lore intensive that way. I don't think I have anything to manage yet. But we can upgrade though. How much scrap do I have? Only 100. We haven't actually found much more scrap. And we haven't done any space battles, so I'm leery on spending any scrap this early. Without knowing what's more important. So. Let's go back to the bridge. We're going to save it here, chat. We're going to create a secondary save, just in case we need it for going back and making different choices, if we want. But I think we're going to leave it as is, either way. I want this, but we need to change it to Guardiansmen 2. Save. Game saved. Alright. As much as I want to do more, it's just too late. Today didn't go as I planned. Even got an achievement for being so brazen. Yeah, we did. Well, we got an achievement for starting the relationship, but my brain kind of melted the fact that that was an okay answer, and that actually started the relationship with Cassia. I'm like, that was a terrible answer. You were okay with that? Seriously? Like, I can understand if we were living on a fully controlled Slanesh planet, but not on an Imperium vessel. I'm like... I know she wears purple, but god dang. Who knows, though? Who knows? But we're going to end it here for tonight, chat. We're going to have a dual episode tomorrow. I promise we will continue this since we didn't get to do much fighting tonight. Tomorrow. It'll either be before or after my co-op episode with Jazich. Big shout out to him and his channel as well. After we do that, then we'll do this. We'll jump right back into this, and we'll head straight for the Tech Priest world, where we're going to try to get our Tech Priest. That also does tell me, though, question for you, Greatest Shamer, if you're still in chat. Is there a permadeath in this game? Can you die and have to fully start over? Or start from, I guess, from a save, technically, but... Is there a full way to die in this game, or is it always just gonna go whatever choices you end up with anyways, one way or the other? But you never fully die. At this point, let's see how far we can take those answers before she either kills us or you win. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Even though she did give us a book of etiquette, which, if I was trying to play this seriously, I would also now follow what that book's rules are in order to guarantee it. But I do agree with Farseer. I think I'd rather, just to see what the game will allow choice-based wise, how far we're allowed to push it to whether she will eventually betray me and try to kill me, and be like, you're just terrible, it's time to die, or try to just kill me thinking I'm just pure heretic logic in the first place. Or will I just win and she'll just give in anyways? One of those is gonna happen. We're either gonna die or we're gonna win. Because no in between. When it comes to that, dialogue choice and line. But either way, chat, I hope y'all enjoyed this episode. I want to give a big shout out and welcome to Greatest Shamer for jumping into the video tonight or the live stream. And a big shout out, as always, to all of my viewers and subscribers and moderators out there. Farseer herself is the main head moderator, making sure that we test the limits of every navigator's patience possible. And big shout out to also Tam King as well for joining in as well in the backgrounds, and big shout out to his channel as well. Show him some love too. And thank y'all so much. Seriously, I really love this game. If you're a big Warhammer fan and you don't already know about this game or already have it, this game is brilliant. Pick this game up. It's good. It's got some really good deep lore based in the Warhammer universe. Lots of choices, like numerous choices. So, but I hope to see everyone come back for the next episode. And thanks to everyone. And I'm gonna call it for tonight. Get some food, and I will see you all tomorrow for our dual episode of either Total War Warhammer with James or Age of Wonders, and then another episode of Rogue Trader. On the journey of Darius and his vast, questionable choices that we're making him make. But I hope y'all enjoyed. Thank you so much, and peace and love. And see you in the next one, Farseer. I hope you have a good night as well. Say hello to Darius for me and tell him he's not Imperium enough. He's not doing enough for the Emperor. And I will see you all in the next one tomorrow. Peace and love. Seriously. Hope y'all enjoyed. Have a good morning or good evening. And until the next time. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye, Farseer. Bye, Greatest Streamer. Bye, everyone joining in the background. Bye. See y'all in the next one. Bye.